Good evening and welcome to the City of Helena City Commission meeting, April 10th, 2023, 6 p.m. This meeting is called to order. Madam Clerk.
City Attorney Doctor.
Here.
City Manager Burton.
Here.
Commissioner Dean. Here. Commissioner Logan.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Commissioner Shirtliff.
Here.
Mayor Collins.
Here. Welcome and thank you for participating in the City of Helena City Commission meeting. We are pleased to be able to provide this alternative meeting format in the city's effort to broaden public participation. Please be patient as we may experience technical difficulties during the meeting. We welcome your public commentary. Please read the following tips and guidelines for the app usage and your participation. Would you rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? The minutes for March 27, 2023 were received. Do we have any comments or corrections? The minutes will stand as submitted. Consent agenda. We'll use one motion for these. A, approval of Rudd and Company to perform the annual financial audit for the airport authority. And B, approval of a resolution annexing 36.55 acre parcel described as track B1 on the certificate of survey filed under document number 320353658, Lewis and Clark County, Montana, as well as the rights of way of adjacent thereto into the city of Helena. Comments or questions from the commission? Do we have any public comments on this topic? I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
I would move to approve the consent agenda items A and B.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any final discussion? Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Dean.
Aye.
Commissioner Logan.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Commissioner Shirtliff.
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Commission proposals. Comments or questions from the commission? Okay. Report of the city attorney.
Mayor, Commissioners, I have nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Report of the city manager.
Mayor, Commissioners, I have nothing to report tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Communications from Helena Citizens Council. Representative Stephens, you have the floor.
Yeah,
Madam Clerk.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Susan Stephens, representing District 7 of Helena Citizens Council. We have been our last meeting, we had the Parks Department come in and talk about the tennis courts and the proposal they had to remodel or resurface the tennis courts. Also, we are working on the budget to present to you, the commissioners. And we some of our outreach things that we are doing right now are, if you go by the Good Kind building, we just put a display up there. We're trying to make the community and the public more aware of who we are. And on Thursday night, we're going to be stuffing door hangers there at the Lewis and Clark in room 326. And we're going to be putting those on all the doors of all of our districts with our names, so they'll know who we are and they can contact us if they have any issues that they want to talk about. Also, we hadn't gotten anything clear from you guys about where we sit on the boards. And so Citizens Council is waiting on you guys to come up with a proposal for that, so that we will know if we have representation on the boards. And that's all.
Thank you.
Any-
Comments or questions for Representative Stephens? Thank you, Representative Stephens.
Mhm.
In an effort to maintain decorum and in consideration for the many who may wish to speak during tonight's public hearing, we will allow all staff presentation and the applicant presentation to conclude before each public hearing prior to opening the floor for public testimony. Individuals will be limited to a single comment period of 2 minutes per hearing. We ask you to avoid redundant or uncivilized speech. The commission has been given access to all comments The commission has been given access to comments received previously. Written and oral are weighed equally in decision-making. If you are participating online, in addition to raising your hand, you may also enter a comment in the question and answer feature, and your comments will be read into the record by the clerk of the commission. Should the written comment exceed the 2 minutes allowed, your comments will be summarized as denied or approved, and the full written comment will be saved into the permanent record. Thank you for your consideration in keeping the meeting efficient and fair to all who are participating. Public hearings. We have the Craftsman Village. Order of presentation will be all staff presentation will occur at once. Community Development Director Brinks, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Collins and Commission. If you would indulge me just a minute to find my presentations. Oh, I think I just closed it. So this first one, if you'll allow me for just a minute, is just an overview of the combined hearing process that we'll be working through this evening. Is this shared, Danae? Oops. There we go. Well. Okay. So tonight we'll be conducting combined public hearings for these three. There's 3 actions for Craftsman Village. And there will be 2 actions for consideration for Westside Woods. Combined hearings are allowed by MCA for annexation and zonings for municipal annexations. A municipality may conduct a hearing on the annexation in conjunction with and on the zoning and proposed annexation. MCA 763605 annexation of subdivisions when a proposed subdivision is also proposed to be annexed into a municipality. The governing body of the municipality shall hold joint hearings on the subdivision application and annexation whenever possible. And then of the mic. Yeah. Sorry about that. Part 76-2-303-3A and 76-3-6052 of MCA. The hearings for tonight's pre-zoning annexation preliminary plat for Mountain View Meadows, the annexation preliminary plat for Westside Woods, is recommended to be combined into one hearing for each development. Staff will present and has provided you staff reports on each individual application. We'll provide a presentation for Mountain View Meadows and Westside Woods that will have all 3 and 2 of those application types. But then your action will be done individually, of course. Each application has its own set of review criteria and finding standards. Again, staff has drafted reports based on the varying criteria standards in each application type. And then separate action must be taken on each application, considering the relative criteria or findings required of the request. And I'm going to give some background information of those findings. We don't have to talk about these for each case and each item. MCA, and this is zoning review criteria that we'll conduct, or we've reviewed the pre-zone application for Mountain View Meadows. MCA section 76-2-304-1B, and then 2A through E, criteria and guidelines for zoning regulations. Zoning regs must be designed to 1, secure safety from fire and other dangers, 2, promote public health, public safety and general welfare, and 3, facilitate the adequate provision of transportation, water, sewage, parks, schools, and other public requirements. And then 76-2-304, 2A through E and MCA, purposes of zoning. In the adoption of zoning regulations, the municipal governing body shall consider a reasonable provision of light and air, the effect on motorized and non-motorized transportation systems, C, promotion of compatible urban growth, D, the character of the district and its particular suitability for planned uses, and E, conserving the value of buildings and encouraging the most appropriate use of land throughout the jurisdictional area. Annexation review criteria, there really is not review criteria. There's no annexation policy that the city has. There's no requirements to do a cost benefit analysis. However, Title 7, Chapter 2 of MCA, again, does not specifically provide for criteria, but staff does review adjacent uses as well as adjacent zoning categories, both in the city and the county. We will indicate if the property is within the urban standards boundary. And then staff will provide an overall analysis of the annexation request, along with the analysis of the request meeting the goals and objectives of the city's land use policy and compliance with future land use. And then finally, preliminary plat review criteria. MCA has very good standards for how we review preliminary plats and subdivisions. This is found in 76-3-608 of MCA. The basis of or for the governing body's decision to approve, conditionally approve, or deny a proposed subdivision is whether the subdivision application, the preliminary plat, the environmental assessment, sometimes you'll hear me reference an EA, public hearing, planning board recommendations, or additional information demonstrates that the development of the proposed subdivision meets the requirements of this chapter, the MCA chapter. A subdivision proposal must undergo review of the following primary criteria. A, the specific, documentable, and clearly defined impact, and that's highlighted for effect, on agriculture, agricultural water user facilities, local services, the natural environment, wildlife and wildlife habitat, public safety and health. B, compliance with survey requirements, both the city and the state, city and local subdivision regulations, and local review procedures. I'm afraid if I speak too loud, I'll blast everybody with my southern accent. So, and then C, the provision of easements within and to the development for planned utilities, and D, the provision of legal and physical access to each parcel within the subdivision. Any questions on those review criteria and the process for combined public hearings? Okay. So we'll get into the meat of Did it again, didn't I? Okay. All right. So Craftsman Village 8, 9, and 10. This is a major phase subdivision. And this has 3 project components to it. It has a pre-zone, which is going to set the zone districts in preparation for final annexation. And this again assures compliance with the growth policy. This project does have an annexation component to it as well. The initial step for adding land to the city. The first step, which is what we have tonight, is a resolution of intention to annex. Once all conditions of that annexation have been met, they can proceed to a final annexation resolution. And then the third component to Craftsman Village for tonight is preliminary plat. This allows a greater flexibility for applicants by lengthening the development review time. This is for a major phase subdivision. Each phase must stand on its own. It's going to be preliminary platted together, but final platted separately. So you'll see this 3 separate times. And then each phase is, for this one, 3 separate times. Each phase is reviewed independently according to the phasing schedule and a written notice of commencement from the subdivider. So more detail for Craftsman Village 8, 9, and 10. This project comprises of 207 residential lots on approximately 32 acres. Again, there's 3 phases of development for this project. Phase 8 will have 60 lots. Their target completion date is December of 2023. Phase 9 is 68 lots. That project completion date is set for December the 24th. And then phase 10, 79 lots, and that's set for December 2025. This project does have parkland dedication requirements based on the lot coverage. 2.6 acres is required. A developer is dedicating or proposing to dedicate 3.32 acres. And that will be mainly in lot 1 of Aspen Park Block 9, which is allowed for park dedication in a adjacent part of the development. Again, this will have 3 simultaneous reviews: pre-zoning, annexation, and of course, preliminary plat. And you'll see a project overview. That's the overall preliminary plat, and then the 3 phases of the development, 8, 9, and 10 in the respective blue, red, and green. And this is an overview of the parkland dedication. Again, this is a part of Aspen Park. Overview of the vicinity map showing its location in reference to East Helena, the city of Helena to the west, and of course Craftsman Village there that surrounds, or Mattview Meadows that surrounds these 3 phases of Craftsman Village. This shows in how it's in relationship to our zoning. And this is showing in relationship to our future land use map. The general information.
Director Brinks, would you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry. So some general information on the overall project. They applied and made application on September 14th. The application was deemed complete September 23rd, and that's a preliminary plat application. Of course, the other 2 were deemed complete at the same date. Deemed sufficient, which is really when the clock starts ticking, was December the 27th, 2022. There you see the owner information, the applicant, a legal description, which I won't read for brevity. General location is located generally east of the Craftsman Village, phase 7 of the crossroads of Mattview Meadows. Adjacent land uses is vacant. Aggregate crushing and processing, I think, is done somewhat on the adjacent tract. Adjacent land use is vacant to the north, to the east, and residential to the west and the south. Adjacent zoning is urban residential mixed use in the county to the north and the east. To the south and to the west is R4 and RO in the city, which is residential office. The current zoning is urban residential mixed use in the county. Again, the tract is approximately 32 acres. Growth policy land use designation, we have this designated as urban. And the project is in the urban services boundary. Public comment, to date, or when I drafted this PowerPoint presentation, March the 10th, 2023, staff had received no public comments. And as of today, we still have not received any public comment. From an engagement standpoint, we did put legal notices in the IR, posting of a public notice sign, which is not required by statute, just department policy. Certified letters went to adjacent and nearby property owners and to the applicant. Those were sent out to adjacents and nearby property owners within 300 feet. Currently, there is no standard for that other than adjacents. Typical department policy has been 150 feet. We went beyond that to capture more of the neighborhood. And the project was listed on the Community Development Current Projects webpage. So Craftsman Village 8, 9, and 10, the pre-zone section, pre-zone application. Let me, the Zoom screen is right on the way. There we go. So the subject for tonight for this is to consider an ordinance pre-zoning to RU, which is residential urban, prior to annexing into the City of Helena, property legally described as a portion of tract A1, 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 A1A of the amended plat number 3386391, located within the south half of section 26 and the north half and southeast quarter of section 35, Township 10 North, Range 3 West, PMM, Lewis and Clark County, and being known as Craftsman Village, phases 8, 9, and 10 of the Crossroads at Mount View Meadows subdivision. So staff recommends approval of the ordinance of an ordinance pre-zoning to urban residential RU prior to annexing into the City of Helena. Again, the property that I just referenced legally described there as follows, and this is Craftsman Village 8, 9, and 10 of the Crossroads of Mount View Meadows. So the requested zoning category or district for this is RU, which is urban residential. This allows for greater flexibility in building placement, as is there's no setbacks. Development standards are 60% lot coverage, with additional 5% for attached porches. Front, side, and rear setbacks, again, there's no minimums. Height 42 feet. Lot area is no minimum. This does permit multiple dwelling units, does not permit multiple dwelling unit structures or 3 or more, but it does allow single family and 2-unit residential structures for this project. Again, the 0 setbacks allows for the planned development, which the applicant will speak to later. Per MCA 76.3, 76.2, 304.1B, and then 2A through E, which I read earlier. Those are the guidelines for subdivision regulations and the purposes of zoning as referenced in MCA. I won't read all that again. So the evaluation for the staff report, and you'll see this is in section 5. This will correlate with the staff report. Item 1 and 2, secure safety from fire and other dangers and promote public health, public safety, and the general welfare. Applicable development codes. We have our city code, of course, zoning code. Again, the zoning district request is RU. We'll also have our international building code, which will apply to this project. International fire code, which is the current version, which was just passed to the 2021 version. Then safety issues identified in the 2019 growth policy as moderate fire danger. And this will be mitigated with proper building techniques and applicability to the fire code and the building code, and then some fuels reduction, which you'll see as a condition later on in the project. And then once annexed, this development addition will receive all city services, including police and fire. Item 3 of the MCA of that relative MCA section. Facilitate the adequate provision of transportation, water, sewage, schools, parks, and other public requirements. So this project is going to facilitate the provision of transportation as outlined in the long-range transportation plan. Water, which is outlined in engineering standards, as is sewage, schools, East Helena School District, and then the parks. There's park dedication requirements as part of the state subdivision process, which I've referenced in the overall overview of the project earlier. Reasonable provision of adequate light and air. This will be ensured through the City of Helena zoning code district dimensional standards for RU. Again, I won't reference those, but no setbacks, 42 maximum building height, and then there is no minimum lot area. There is a 60% maximum lot coverage with an allowance for porches. Effect on motorized and non-motorized transportation system. Motorized community development staff typically uses a trip generation model that assumes multiple uses on a piece of property. Since we cannot condition a particular project or a zoning on a particular project, we have to make an assumption on the greatest impact that this will have on traffic. So in RU, we calculated 25% could be duplexes, 75% single unit residential, which equates to 51 duplex units, 156 single residential units. In total, we calculate 1,824 potential new vehicle trips a day, whereas the applicant's TIS was a little bit more conservative. They've indicated 2,169 average daily vehicle trips. From a non-motorized transportation standpoint, they're going to provide sidewalks, multi-use trails, and then of course, all annex right-of-way will have sidewalks. Promotion of compatible urban growth and the character of the district and suitability for particular uses. Currently zoned in the county as urban residential mixed use. Standards at this time, when I drafted the staff report, they were under development. They've gone a little further on their process. Don't know exact particulars of that right offhand. To the south and the west is a higher density residential uses. North is mixed use. East is industrial and East Helena. Again, the RU districts allow similar uses to what is currently located in the rest of Mountain View Meadows, just some design flexibility in terms of minimal setbacks. E, conserving the value of buildings and encouraging most appropriate use of land. So most appropriate district designation given existing development. RU was essentially crafted for Mountain View Meadows. And this is, I believe, the first time that this has been employed within Mountain View Meadows. This area is developing according to future land use designations. It's within the city's urban standards boundary. Again, the immediate area is classified as urban, which allows for moderate to high density uses. And then it meets several growth policy goals and objectives. Those are development, again, is in the USB, which is identified as being best suited for urban development. Growth policy encourages development, which promotes compact development. Subject property is ideally suited for the most dense and intense uses that are permitted in the RU zoning district. The development is in proximity to existing city limits and existing infrastructure as the balance of Mountain View Meadows is in the city, and development of quality housing and proximity to city services. Again, to conclude, staff recommends approval of an ordinance pre-zoning to RU prior to annexing into the City of Helena, property legally described as follows. That being a portion of tract A1, 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 A1A of the amended plat number 3386391, located within the south half of section 26 and the north half and southeast quarter of section 35 township 10 north, range 3 west, PMM, Lewis and Clark County. And overall, this project is known as Craftsman Village phases 8, 9, and 10 of the crossroads at Mountain View Meadows subdivision. Okay, so this next one, and if there's questions from commission, you can absolutely ask me anytime and I'll stop. But if you'd like, we can just conclude with the presentation and compile all the questions at one time. It's totally up to you guys. If you ask questions intermediately, give me a chance to take a breath too, so. Okay, so the annexation piece to Mount View Meadows. This is to consider a resolution of intention to annex property legally described, as I've stated before, being known again as Craftsman Village 8, 9, and 10 of the crossroads at Mount View Meadows and adjacent rights of way into the city of Helena, Montana, and establish conditions for annexation. Again, and you'll see consistently from me, I like to provide the staff recommendations up front, so you'll know kind of how we went through our review up front. Staff recommends approval of a resolution of intention to annex property legal described as follows, and that being known as Craftsman Village phases 8, 9, and 10 of the crossroads at Mount View Meadows and adjacent rights of way into the city of Helena, and establish conditions for annexation. So the meat of our analysis for annexation, again, this is in staff report section 5. The project is within the urban service boundary. These are areas and locations where the city can potentially and more easily provide essential services. Project will utilize city services such as public water, wastewater, police, fire, and solid waste. It is adjacent to existing city limits. Physical access will be from existing city streets. Anticipated average daily vehicle trips, and this is per the TIS as provided by the applicant, 2,169 at full build out. That is the conclusion of phase 10. And then we have proposed mitigating annexation conditions for phased TIS update and review. Project may impact both water storage capacity and wastewater collection system load. And we've proposed mitigating annexation conditions for that as well. Again, development, not to rehash, it's within the USB. Land use designation is as urban. You'll see the common theme of the growth policy analysis that it is ideally suited for the most dense and intense uses as permitted in the RU zoning district. And this does promote the development of quality housing in proximity to city services. To conclude, staff recommends the project to be annexed into the city and conditions of annexation be implemented prior to final annexation and final plat approval. Then formally the annexation or the recommendation is to approve a resolution of intention to annex property described as a portion of tract A1, 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 A1A of the amended COS number 3386391 located within the south half of section 26 and the north half and southeast quarter of section 35 township 10 north range 33 range 3 west, PMM, Lewis and Clark County, and being known as Craftsman Village phases 8, 9, and 10 of the crossroads of Mountain View Meadows subdivision and adjacent rights of way into the city of Helena, Montana, and establish conditions for annexation. And those conditions are as follows. 1, infrastructure. Property owner must install all infrastructure improvements required by the city of Helena to all city standards and adopted public infrastructure master plans or enter into a development agreement that's acceptable to the city that defines responsibility for installation deferment of the improvements. Item 2, or recommended condition 2, developer must submit along with the required commencement notifications for phases 9 and 10, updated traffic data supporting documentation for the study area to include crash data and traffic volume forecast incorporating the most recent phases of Mountain View Meadows. Recommended condition number 3, prior to the commencement of phases 8, 9, and 10, the project developer must provide the city a water system design report that fully evaluates and analyzes the available storage and any additional storage required for the proposed phases of the development. This report must be provided prior to infrastructure review for the initial phase of development, which will be phase 8. Excuse me, if the submitted water system design report indicates the need for additional storage, Said storage must be available prior to final plat approval and the phase which triggered the additional storage requirement and prior to final plat approval for each subsequent phase of the development. Recommended condition number 4, review of new construction. The property owner must submit plans for full review by the City of Helena for compliance with city infrastructure, zoning, and other code requirements. Provide proof of compliance with all building and fire codes for all new construction or remodels and subsequent to the adoption of this resolution and prior to annexation of the property, and pay all fees for such reviews in the same manner and on the same basis as do owners of property already in the city. Taxes and assessment. Taxes and assessment must be paid and current at the time of the adoption of the resolution of annexation. Notice of special districts, property owner must waive the right to notification and protest and consent to the alteration of boundaries of the urban forest maintenance district and landfill monitoring district in order to include the property prior to annexation pursuant to Helena City Code 711 1023 of MCA, excuse me. A final plat for each phase of the subdivision must be submitted to the city commission for approval prior to final annexation. And the final condition, recommended condition number 8, completion of these conditions. These annexation conditions must be completed prior to the end of the period during which the preliminary plat approval is in force, including any agreement extending the preliminary plat approval period. If the conditions are not completed within the time frame, the city is under no obligation to annex the property and may discontinue any city services for the property, including water and sewage service. Okay, last application for Craftsman Village 8, 9, and 10. This is a preliminary plat section. This is the more intensive of our reviews as dictated by MCA. So you'll see this presentation is probably as long as the previous 2. So just bear with. The subject.
Give us a short version.
I do the short version. We'll speed it up.
Okay.
Again, the subject, this is considered a major phase subdivision for the preliminary plat, and this is considered the preliminary plat for Craftsman Village phases 8, 9, and 10. Crossroads of Mountain View Meadows. Again, this is 207 lots and street rights away from approximately 32 acres. And to adopt the findings of fact and the conditions contained therein for the property legally described in the findings of facts. And the staff recommends conditional approval of the preliminary plat and to adopt the findings of facts and the conditions contained therein for the property legally described in the findings. So again, the findings, not to rehash these are the findings as outlined in MCA, and they must be the specific, documentable, and clearly defined impacts, and then compliance with survey requirements, city subdivision regulations, local review procedures, and provision of easements and legal and physical access. Impacts to agriculture. A property is adjacent to city limits and residential uses, site is vacant and is not considered, or is it located near prime farmland? Grade and soil constraints limit commercial ag operations. Staff concludes this proposed major phase subdivision will not impact ag production. Impacts to water user facilities. There's a lack of surface water, irrigation, and stock watering facilities on the site. There is no known history of ag water use on the site. And there's no known agricultural users or water facilities adjacent to or in the immediate vicinity of the development. So for that reason, staff concludes that this proposed major phase subdivision will not impact ag water user facilities. Impacts to local services. This development is proposed to be annexed in the city, and we utilize all available city services, including transportation, water, wastewater, police, fire, solid waste, and parks. Transportation, the applicant has provided TIS, which indicates almost 22 new daily vehicle trips at full build out. There are no anticipated offsite impacts, and all nearby intersections will function at acceptable levels as indicated by that TIS. And then all transportation infrastructure will comply with the city's complete streets policy. Transportation continued. An exception to the city's block length standards is being requested, and I'll go into depth in that here shortly. Staff anticipates the need to continually monitor traffic impacts as new phases are developed and build out of existing phases continues. And you'll see some conditions speaking to that for a need for additional level of service and crash data. Non-motorized facilities will be provided, such as boulevard sidewalks and bike ped paths within the development. Water and wastewater services, of course, be provided by the city in all three phases, as is with the rest of Mountain View Meadows. There is adequate water pressure and fire flow. Staff anticipates the need to fully review water surface for each phase relative to storage capacity, however. And again, there's a condition that will speak to this, requiring updated design reports at each phase of development. The existing sanitary sewer collection system is built to serve existing and new development in the project, There will be police and fire protection, of course, provided by the cities. No anticipated impact on current response times. Solid waste services provided by the city for each individual lot. East Helena School District indicated no impact to existing facilities as well. Parks, there's a parks dedication requirement that I spoke to earlier, based on lot coverage area of 32.2 acres. 2.6 acres required, 3.32 acres are proposed, and this is recommended approval as an acceptance by the Combined Parks Board as well, Consolidated Parks Board. Well, there we go. They took action on this and made that recommendation at the meeting on January 4th, 2023. Staff concludes the project developer and engineering team have indicated that there will be no impacts to local services from the development. Staff has identified impacts that will require some mitigation conditions to address those identified impacts. Impacts to the natural environment. No historic or cultural significance associated with the property. Site disturbance will require inclusion of landscaping, which could be used to introduce plant species in the area. Soil disturbance could increase the potential for noxious weed introduction, and there is no impact to groundwater. Proposed development will impact the natural environment, but those conditions can be mitigated with conditions as recommended by staff. Impacts to wildlife and wildlife habitat. Wildlife is limited. Any occurrences are due to transitionary motion or transportation of the animals due to surrounding areas, and there's just lack of habitat. Urban development is not intended to meet habitat needs for larger wildlife. Urban development can reduce wildlife pressures in more rural areas. Staff concludes that there will not be a significant impact to wildlife or wildlife habitat. Impacts to public health and safety. This is located in wildland fire hazard area, but it is moderate area. Development is proposed to be annexed in the city, provide a city water service designed to provide adequate fire flows. Development will be served by Helena Police and Fire. And then, of course, all streets and other infrastructure built to our standards. Conclusion, development does not appear to have a profound impact on public health and on safety. Any identified impacts will be mitigated with completion of the proposal adhering to city code and standards. Survey requirements, we conclude that they'll follow and they'll be reviewed for completeness and submission of final plat for approval. And a copy will be retained for us. Zoning compliance, relative setbacks, they'll meet all that as per their proposed development. There is a block length exception request, I mentioned. The applicant has provided sound justification for that block length exception. I'll go over that here shortly. And that is to align road infrastructure with the existing built environment of Mountain View Meadows. Subdivision review and approval process are consistent with both MCA, Subdivision Plating Act, and City of Helena's code. Easements, proposed subdivision complies with provision of easements within the proposed subdivision for any utilities and infrastructure improvements. We'll have legal and physical access from existing city streets. All the names of internal streets have already been reserved and approved. Staff concludes there's adequate legal and physical access to all the proposed subdivision lots. And then post preliminary plat approval, property will be developed in accordance with plat and condition, and when conditions of each phase have been satisfied, they'll be ripe for final plat approval. Public improvement plans are complete in compliance with city standards. Again, they'll be ripe for final plat as when all required improvements have been completed or properly bonded. And there's no indication that they will not meet any of our requirements. Growth policy analysis, again, not to rehash, but it is urban from land use designation. It is in the urban services boundary. And there's several growth policy goals and objectives that this project will meet. So subdivision regulation variances, there is not a variance request for this. For these, there is a block length exception. Our city code does allow for an exception for block lengths and not a true variance. Blocks may not exceed 600 feet in length except when a longer length is needed to meet grade limitations, the existing environment, water bodies, railroad crossing, or industrial uses. The applicant is requesting an exception from the city's block length requirements and has incorporated those into the design of the preliminary plat. They're requesting a block length of approximately 650 feet as opposed to 600. And that is to meet the current built environment that is existing in Mountain View Meadows. Compliance with our 600-foot block length would put infrastructure and streets askew with one another. So to make it all line up with the current built environment, they're requesting approximately 650-foot block lengths. And the staff concurs with their explanations and their exhibits on the preliminary plat. And we support the request to exceed the 600 feet. To conclude, staff recommends conditional approval of the preliminary plat, creating 207 lots and street rights away from approximately 32 acres, and to adopt the findings of facts that are located within your staff report and the conditions contained therein for the property legally described in those findings of facts, with several applicable standards or conditions rather. There are several conditions, 5, I believe. Project developer must submit along with required commencement notification for phases 9 and 10, an updated traffic data and supporting crash documentation for the study area to include crash data and traffic volume forecast, incorporating the most recent phases of Mountain View Meadows. They must submit a plan for noxious and invasive weed control on any land dedicated as parkland, and all lands used to satisfy parkland dedication requirements of the city will be submitted and approved by the city and implemented prior to final platting. Prior to final plat approval, all new storm drainage facilities must be within an easement granted to the city that allows for access and maintenance and restricts any encroachments. Prior to commencement of phases 8, 9, and 10, the project developer must provide the city a water system design report that fully evaluates and analyzes above available storage and additional storage required for the proposed phases of the development. This report must be provided prior to infrastructure review for the initial phase of development, which is again phase 8. If the submitted water system design report indicates the need for additional storage, said storage must be available prior to final plat approval of the phase which triggered the additional storage requirement and prior to the final plat approval for each subsequent phase of the development. In accordance with city standards, all mains, sewer mains that are at or exceed 75% capacity will have to be upsized by the developer. I was correct. There are 5 conditions. And that concludes my presentation for Craftsman Village 8, 9, and 10. Any questions?
Thank you, Director Brink. Any comments or questions from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, I have 2.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Director Brink, thank you for that very thorough presentation. My first question, I just want to confirm this, even though it is requested to be zoned as RU, which could include professional and business offices, the applicant is planning to use it for residential only. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then my second question, you noted at the beginning on the first presentation that we have not received any public comment. That's consistent with all 3 items for this development.
Mayor and Commissioner, that's correct. We,
Great.
as of today, we still have not received comments.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other comments from the commission? At this time, we'll open it up for public comments on this topic.
Mayor, if I may, the applicant at this time should have the ability to present
Yeah.
his application.
Good evening, Mayor Collins, Commissioners. My name is Greg Worth, WIRTH. I'm with Staley Engineering at 3530 Centennial Drive. Again, I'd like to thank Mr. Brink and community development staff, all city staff, for preparing the thorough staff report and the presentation this evening. This project, if you've driven up there and seen that Mountain View Meadow Park, is to the east of Mountain View Park. So it's a continuation of the very popular Craftsman Village at Mountain View Meadows. The subdivision with all three combined phases is to create approximately 200 residential lots on 30 acres. We have reviewed the staff report and again, appreciate the thorough review by the city. We concur with the analysis and recommendation for approval by staff and all the advisory boards. I am available to answer any questions, and Mountain View Meadows is in attendance tonight. Mr. Mark Runkle is the developer, and Ms. Rebecca Ryland is the director of design. I'll be very brief this evening, so I'll be available for any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Comments or questions from the commission? Do we have any public comments on this topic? Madam Clerk, do we have any online?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I have no public comment online.
Okay, at this time, we will individually go through the different sections. I'll entertain a motion for the first section.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
I will move to approve an ordinance pre-zoning to RU residential urban prior to annexing into the City of Helena property legally described as a portion of tract A1, 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 A1A of the amended plat number 3386391 located within the south half of the section 26 and the north half of the south and the southeast quarter section of section 35, Township 10 North, Range 3 West, PMM, Lewis and Clark County, and being known as Craftsman Village Phases 8, 9, and 10 of the Crossroads at Mountain View Meadow subdivision.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any final discussion? Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Dean,
Aye.
Commissioner Logan,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed. Aye. Commissioner Shertliff,
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion for Bravo.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
stand by one, please. So I would move to approve a resolution of intention to annex property legally described as a portion of tract A1, 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 A1A of the amended plat number 3386391 located within the south half of section 26 and the north half and southeast quarter of section 35. Township 10 North, Range 3 West, PMM, Lewis and Clark County, and being known as Craftsman Village Phases 8, 9, and 10 of the Crossroads at Mountain View Meadows subdivision and adjacent rights of way into the city of Helena, Montana, and establish conditions for annexation. And those conditions are, number one, infrastructure. The property owner must install all infrastructure improvements required by the city of Helena to all city standards and adopted public infrastructure master plans, or enter into a development agreement acceptable to the city that defines responsibility for installation or deferment of the improvements. Number two, the project developer must submit along with the required commencement notification for phase 9 and 10, updated traffic data and supporting documentation for the study area to include crash data and traffic volume forecasts incorporating the most recent phases of Mountain View Meadows. Number 3, prior to the commencement of phases 8, 9, and 10, the project developer must provide the city a water system design report that fully evaluates and analyzes the available storage and any additional storage required for the proposed phases of the development. This report must be provided prior to infrastructure review for the initial phase of development. If the submitted water system design report indicates the need for additional storage, said storage must be available prior to final plat approval of the phase which triggered the additional storage requirement and prior to final plat approval of each subsequent phase of the development. Number 4, review of new construction. The property owner must submit plans for full review by the City of Helena for compliance with city infrastructure, zoning, and other code requirements. Provide proof of compliance with all building and fire codes for all new construction or remodels subsequent to the adoption of this resolution and prior to the annexation of the property, and pay all fees for such reviews in the same manner and on the same basis as do owners of properties already in the city. Number 5, taxes and assessments. Taxes and assessments must be paid and current at the time of filing the resolution of annexation. Number 6, notice of special districts. The property owner must waive the right to notification and protest and consent to the alteration of boundaries of urban forest maintenance district and landfill monitoring district in order to include the property prior to annexation pursuant to 7-11-1023 of MCA. Number 7, final plat. The final plat of each phase of the subdivision must be submitted to the City Commission for approval prior to final annexation. And number 8, the completion of conditions. These annexation conditions must be completed prior to the end of the period during which the preliminary plat approval is in force, including any agreement extending the preliminary plat approval period. If the conditions are not completed within that time frame, the city is under no obligation to annex the property and may discontinue any city services to the property, including water and sewer service.
Second.
Oh,
Or
nobody
you
knew,
still going?
nobody knew you were finished. Are you done, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any final discussion? Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Dean,
Aye.
Commissioner Logan,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Shertliff,
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the third item.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead,
I'd
Commissioner.
move for conditional approval of the preliminary plat for Craftsman Village phases 8, 9, and 10 of the crossroads at Mountain View Meadows, major phased subdivision creating 207 lots and street right-of-ways from approximately 32.268 acres, and to adopt the findings of fact and the conditions containing therein for the property legally described in the findings of fact. The following conditions shall apply to the preliminary plat approval and must be satisfied before the final plat may be approved. Number 1, the project developer must submit, along with the required commencement notification for phase 9 and 10, updated traffic data and supporting documentation for the study area, to include crash data and traffic volume forecasts incorporating the most recent phases of Mountain View Meadows. Number 2, a plan for noxious and invasive species control on any land dedicated as city parkland, and all land uses to satisfy parkland dedication requirements of the city will be submitted and approved by the city and implemented prior to the final platting. Number 3, prior to final plat approval, all new storm drainage facilities must be within an easement granted to the city that allows for access and maintenance and restricts any encroachments. And number 4, Prior to the commencement of phases 8, 9, and 10, the project developer must provide the city a water system design report that it fully evaluates and analyzes the available storage and any additional storage required for the proposed phases of the development. This report must be provided prior to infrastructure review for the initial phase of development. If the submitted water system design reported indicates the need for additional storage, said storage must be available prior to the final plat approval for the phase which triggered the additional storage requirement prior to the final plat approval of which each subsequent phase of the development. Number 5, in accordance with city standards, all sewer mains that are at or exceed 75% of capacity will have to be upsized by the developer.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any final discussion? Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Dean,
Aye.
Commissioner Logan,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Shertliff,
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Public hearings process, West Side Woods. Order of presentation, all staff presentation will occur by Community Development Director, Director Brink. You have the floor.
Okay.
Please remember to speak into the microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. I will. Oh, shoot. Cannot see. There we go. Fantastic. Okay, again, like I did for Mount View Meadows, this will be a combined presentation by staff or by myself with the 2 relative applications for West Side Woods, and that those being annexation and preliminary plat. Again, annexation is the initial step, adding land to the city. It begins with a resolution of intention to annex, which is what is before you this evening. The second component is a preliminary plat for major phase subdivision. Again, it allows greater flexibility for applicants, kind of lengthens the development timeline. Again, each phase must stand on its own. Preliminary platted together, all 3 phases for this, or 4 phases for this one, excuse me. But there will be final platted separately, and each phase will be platted and reviewed independently according to the phasing schedule and a written notice of commencement provided by the subdivider. This entails and I skipped, oh, nope, I didn't. So this project is approximately 58.85 acres. It entails 100 lots, 172 total units. So 92 of those will be single dwelling units on individual parcels. 80 of those units will be multi-dwelling units within 3 or 4 individual multifamily units or multi-dwelling unit lots, 3 lots, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4 lots. 4 phases of development. Phase 1 is 28 single dwelling unit lots, 2 multi-dwelling unit lots, 2 open space lots. The developer has targeted December 23 for completion of the initial phase of project development. Phase 2, it is 10 single dwelling unit lots, 1 multi-dwelling unit lot, 1 open space lot. Again, or that is slated for completion December 2025. Phase 3, 43 single dwelling unit lots, 1 open space lot. Targeted completion December 2027, and the final phase 4 slated for completion in December 2029 entails 7 or 11 single dwelling unit lots and 1 multi-dwelling unit lot. Again, this project is an annexation and preliminary plat. Let me go back and kind of speak to why there's no pre-zone for this one. Last year, January 24th of 2022, you had first pass of a pre-zone for this one already. That was successful. The second pass for pre-zone was tabled, so final pass of pre-zone has not taken place. We anticipate within 30 days of tonight, with successful approval of these two actions, that we would bring and ask for you to take off the table the pre-zone for final pass sometime in May. So that's why this one you don't see a pre-zone. You've already had first pass of pre-zone January of last year. And it was tabled April 25th of last year. There is required parkland dedication for this project. The developer is proposing 13.410 acres of parkland dedication. This dedication will be provided in phases 1, 2, and 3 as those phases are developed. Excuse me. Based on lot coverage for 96 single dwelling unit lots and the 4 multi-dwelling unit lots, only 2.79 acres are required. So that is almost 11 acres, 10.62 acres above the required minimum. There's a copy of the vicinity map overlaid on an aerial. This shows in relation to our zoning being on the west side. It is adjacent to R2, R3 to the north, R2 and R2 again to the east and southeast. This shows a relationship to the future land use map. It is designated as urban. And this project is located just west of the West Side Infrastructure Extension Project. I believe this would be phase 3. Those properties to the east have already been pre-zoned to R2 as part of that third phase of the West Side Infrastructure Expansion Project. Application date was September 16th of last year. Application was deemed complete by staff on September 27th. The application was deemed sufficient, which started the clock, the approval clock, a review clock. That date was December 19th. Developer Sussex Development Incorporated. This property is generally located 600 feet west of Granite Avenue and Hauser Boulevard in Lewis and Clark County, Montana. Present land use is vacant. There is some recreational use of the property. Adjacent land uses to the north, east, and west is residential. South is City of Helena open space. Adjacent zoning, like I mentioned before, R2 and R3. To the north, east is already pre-zoned to R2. There is some urban residential mixed use in the county. The Upper West Side number 9 zoning district is to the east as well. That's in the county. South is urban residential mixed use. West is, rural residential mixed use. To the west is urban residential. Again, pre-zoned R2 and R3 with first pass January of last year. It was tabled April of last year. County zoning is urban residential mixed use. Again, growth policy land use designation is urban, and the project is in the urban services boundary. Public comment, this is outdated, but when I drafted this PowerPoint presentation on March the 3rd, we received approximately 120 public comments from approximately 80 recognized individual commenters, both for and against. That has grown probably double that. So we've probably exceeded almost 200 comments from approximately 90 to 100 individual commenters. Those comments have ranged from total opposition with recommended approval with some conditions placed on any approval to full out support of the project. Engagement, legal notices, of course, were posted and ran in the IR. Posted a public notice on, which is not required by statute, required by city policy, and we did that. Certified letters to adjacents is all that's required. City did send out letters to adjacents and nearby property owners, of course, to the applicant within 300 feet of the project, which made up about 121 letters that were sent out. Project was listed on the Community Development Current Projects webpage. Westside Woods major phased annexation. And again, you'll see as I scroll through these, there'll be there'll be related staff report sections to the left in blue, just for reference. Subject for this is consider annexation to the City of Helena. And this is to consider a resolution of intention to annex property described as the southwest quarter of Section 23, Township 10 North, Range 4 West, PMM, Lewis and Clark County, Montana, together with a tract of land being portion A located in Block 307 of the Bellevue Edition, as shown on the amended plat filed on document number 3310725. Accepting therefrom COS filed under document number 462306T and deed of highway right-of-way recorded in book 204 of deeds, page 177 in blocks 4, 5, and 6 and 9 of the Highland Park in section 26, Township 10 North, Range 4 West, PMM, Lewis, Clark County, Montana, and as shown on the retracement filed under document 3339312 and adjacent rights of way into the City of Helena, Montana, and establish conditions for annexation. Again, I like to start with our staff recommendation. Staff does recommend approval of a resolution of intention to annex, and that property as just read, and adjacent rights of way into the City of Helena and to establish conditions for annexation. Again, project is within the urban standards boundary, excuse me. This is where locations where the city can potentially more easily provide services. Project will utilize city services such as water, wastewater, police and fire, and solid waste. It is adjacent to city limits. It is adjacent to the proposed phase 3 of the West Side Annexation Infrastructure Expansion Project, and it was pre-zoned, which was pre-zoned R2 by ordinance 3240. Physical access from streets to be improved to city standards and annexed. The anticipated average daily vehicle trips per submitted transportation study is 1,407 at full build out. There are a couple proposed mitigating annexation conditions for phase TIS update and review, and proposed mitigating annexation conditions for motorized and non-motorized impacts. Project may also both impact water storage capacity and wastewater collection system load, and staff has proposed mitigating annexation conditions for those as well. Growth policy analysis, staff report section 6. This development again is in the USB, which is identified as being best suited for urban development. The growth policy designation again is urban. Growth policy encourages development, which promotes compact development. Subject property is ideally suited for residential development, and the uses permitted in the R2 and R3 zoning districts as proposed. Development is in proximity to existing city limits and infrastructure and development of quality housing and proximity to city services. All project public components will be built to city standards, and off-site improvements will complement the surrounding area by providing improved roads and pedestrian access. Again, city staff recommends the project be annexed into the city, and the conditions annexation be implemented prior to final annexation and final plat approval. Formally, the recommendation is to approve a resolution of intention to annex property described as the southwest quarter of Section 23, Township 10 Range 10 North, Range 4 West, PMM, Lewis and Clark County, Montana. Together with attractive land being portion A located in block 307 of the Bellevue Edition, as shown on the amended plat filed under document number 3310725. Accepting therefrom COS filed under document 462306T and a deed of highway right-of-way recorded in book 241 of deeds, page 177 in blocks 4, 5, and 6 and 9 of the Highland Park in section 26, Township 10 North, Range 4 West, PMN, Lewis, Clark County, Montana, and shown on the retracement filed under document number 3339312 and adjacent rights of way into the City of Helena, Montana, and establish conditions for annexation. These conditions being condition 1, The property owner must install all infrastructure improvements required by the City of Helena to city standards, enter into a development agreement acceptable to the city that defines responsibility for installation or deferment of the improvements. With phase one of project development, the entire length of Hauser Boulevard from Granite Avenue to the Overlook subdivision must be annexed into the city and constructed to local road standards, including curb, gutter, and boulevard sidewalks. With phase one of project development, the applicant must construct curb, gutter, and boulevard sidewalks to major collector standards on Granite Avenue from Hauser Boulevard to Knight Street. With phase one of project development, the applicant shall coordinate with the city to install traffic calming mitigation measures at the intersection of Hauser Boulevard and Granite Avenue, such as a compact roundabout. With phase three of project development, Park Drive from Woodward Avenue to Hauser Boulevard must be annexed into the city and constructed to local road standards, including curb, gutter, and boulevard sidewalks. Number 6, with phase three of project development, Park Drive from Woodward Avenue must be connected and the intersection constructed to engineering standards for complete streets. Number 7, with phase 4 of project development, the applicant must construct curb, gutter, and boulevard sidewalks to minor collector standards on Granite Avenue from Flowery Street to Hauser Boulevard. Recommended condition number 8. With phase 4 of project development, Flowery Street from Park Avenue to Granite Avenue must be annexed into the city and built to city engineering standards for a local road, including curb, gutter, and boulevard sidewalks. Recommended condition number 9. During each phase of project development, the applicant must submit an update to their traffic impact study, including signal ward analysis and supporting documentation during build out prior to final annexation of each phase of development. New counts must be conducted during midweek while school is in session. Updated TIS should also clarify vehicle crash types and identify any safety mitigation strategies. Recommended condition number 10, review of new construction. The property owner must submit plans for review by the City of Helena for compliance with city infrastructure, zoning, and other code requirements. Provide proof of compliance with all building and fire codes for all new construction or remodels subsequent to the adoption of this resolution and prior to annexation of the property, and pay all fees for such reviews in the same manner on the same basis as do owners of properties already in the city. Recommended condition number 11, taxes and assessments. Taxes and assessments must be paid and current at the time of filing the resolution of annexation. Recommended condition number 12, notice of special districts. The property owner must waive the right to notification and protest and consent to the alteration of boundaries of urban forest maintenance district and landfill monitoring district in order to include the property prior to annexation pursuant to Title 7, Chapter 11, 1023 of MCA. Excuse me. Recommended condition number 13, final plat. Final plat for each phase of the West Side Major Phase subdivision must be submitted to the City Commission for approval prior to annexation. Recommended condition number 14, completion of conditions. These annexation conditions must be completed prior to the end of the period during which the preliminary plat approval is in force, including any agreement extending the preliminary plat approval period. If the conditions are not completed within that time frame, the city is under no obligation to annex the property and may discontinue any city services to the property, including water and sewer service. And that concludes the annexation presentation and report for West Side. Moving on to the preliminary plat section. Again, this is more in depth and more detailed, as there are very detailed findings that we must consider when reviewing for preliminary plat. So the subject of the preliminary plat section, of course, is to consider the major phase subdivision preliminary plat. Consider the preliminary plat for West Side Woods, major phase subdivision creating 100 lots and street rights away from approximately 58.85 acres, and to adopt the findings of facts and the conditions contained therein for property legally described in the findings of fact. Again, following our MO, staff recommendation The staff does recommend conditional approval of the preliminary plat for the West Side Woods Major Phase subdivision, creating 100 lots and street rights of way from approximately 58.85 acres, and to adopt those findings and the conditions contained therein for the property legally described in the findings of fact. Again, not to rehash these findings that we've talked about a couple times, but the findings located in MCA are the specific, documentable, and clearly defined impacts on agriculture, agricultural water user facilities, local services, impacts on the natural environment, impacts on wildlife and wildlife habitat, impact on public safety and health, compliance with survey requirements, compliance with city subdivision regulations, compliance with local review procedures, as outlined in MCA 763608-3B, and then requirements to meet to provide easements for utilities, as outlined in MCA 763608-3C, and provide legal and physical access to all lots within the development outlined in MCA 763608-3D. So the first finding, as required and outlined in MCA and city code, impacts to agriculture. This property is adjacent to city limits and residential uses. The site is vacant and not considered as or located near prime farmland. Less than 1% of the site contains soil suitable for ag. Grade and soil constraints limit farming operations, and staff concludes this proposed major phase subdivision will not impact agriculture. Impacts to agricultural water user facilities. There are no ag users or water facilities adjacent to or in the immediate vicinity of the proposed development. This project will be served by the City of Helena with water. Staff conclusion, this proposed major phase subdivision will not impact ag water user facilities. Impacts to local services. This development, of course, is proposed to be annexed in the City of Helena and utilize all available city services, including transportation, water, wastewater, police, fire, solid waste, and parks. Provision of transportation. Applicant has provided a TIS which indicates 1,407 new daily trips generated at full build out, according to their phasing schedule, which will be 2029 of December 2029. Impacts are anticipated offsite, and the applicant is proposing mitigation measures. All transportation infrastructure will comply with the city's complete streets policy. Mitigation measures have been included in the proposed conditions for both motorized and non-motorized travel. Development provides 4 access points from the development, whereas 2 are required. Exceptions to the city's block length and dead-end street standards are being requested. We'll go into detail on that here shortly. Staff anticipates the need to continually monitor traffic impacts as new phases are developed and build out of existing phases continues. There will be a need for additional level of service and crash data as the project is built out. Non-motorized facilities will be provided, such as boulevard sidewalks, both on-site and off-site. There are 2 proposed stormwater ponds utilizing existing city outflow easements. Water and wastewater. Water and wastewater services, again, of course, will be provided by the city in all phases at 2 connection points. Adequate water pressure and fire flows have been identified. Staff anticipates the need to fully review water service for each phase relative to storage capacity. And we have conditioned the preliminary plat for required updated design reports at each phase of development. Sanitary sewer collection system has adequate capacity. However, we've identified a need for a collaborative analysis at each phase just to ensure that there is adequate capacity as the project is developed. Other services, police and fire protection will be provided by the city. Impacts are on response times are due to increased distances. And we've proposed some mitigating conditions, off-site road impacts, which should ensure that response times are not impacted. Solid waste services are provided by the city for each individual lot. The Helena School District has provided that there's no anticipated impact to existing facilities. However, we have condition the project to include some school safety mitigation measures around Kessler School. Parks, again, there is dedication requirement per MCA and Helena City Code based on lot coverage. 2.79 acres of dedication is required. 13.410 acres is proposed to be dedicated in phases 1, 2, and 3. Parks Board recommended the proposal be accepted by the commission, conditioned on noxious weed and forest fuels mitigation that took place at the Parks Board meeting of February 1st of 2023. Impacts to local services is continued. This is staff's conclusion. Impacts to local services have been identified to emergency service call time, increased demand on city services such as water and wastewater, impacts to existing stormwater runoff, increase to traffic generated from the proposed development, and impacts to the non-motorized transportation network surrounding the development. These impacts can be mitigated with the applicant's proffered conditions, proposed mitigating improvements, and supplemented with the approval conditions recommended by city staff. Impacts to the natural environment. There are no known geologic or natural hazards identified on site. There is one intermittent seasonal drainage area that has been identified on site. There is a potential impact plant species concern due to proximity to Mount Helena City Park. Soil disturbance could increase the potential for noxious weed introduction, but there is no known impact to groundwater. Conclusion from staff, this proposed major subdivision will impact the natural environment, but those conditions can be and will be mitigated with conditions as recommended by city staff. Impacts to wildlife and wildlife habitat. There are no identified wildlife areas or areas suitable for wildlife habitat in the area. Seasonal drainage areas can serve as refuge and will be located in dedicated parkland. Urban development is not really intended to meet habitat needs for larger wildlife, and urban development can reduce development pressures in more rural areas that are better suited as wildlife habitat. Conclusion, there will not be significant impacts associated with this development to wildlife and wildlife habitat. Impacts to public health and safety. This area is located at a moderate wildland fire risk area. Proper building techniques and fuel mitigation can reduce any risk. Development is proposed to be annexed in the city, of course, and provided city water service designed to provide adequate fire flows. Development will be served by Helena Police and Fire, and streets and all other infrastructure will be built to city standards. Staff conclusion, this development does create impacts on public health and safety. The impacts will be mitigated with the completion of the proposal, adhering to city code and as supplemented with conditions as recommended by city staff. Wrapping up, or maybe not, several slides left, I apologize. Survey requirements, conclusion, survey requirements will be reviewed for completeness upon submission of the final plat for approval. And a copy, of course, will be retained for city records. Subdivision regulations, zoning compliance relative to setbacks, lot coverage and parking, landscaping and signage. Again, like I mentioned earlier, there are block length and dead end street exception requests. The applicant has provided sound justifications for the block length and dead end street exceptions, and we feel they are adequate and sufficient for the governing body to make decisions on those exceptions. Local subdivision review procedure. Staff concludes subdivision review and approval processes are consistent with the requirements of the Montana Subdivision and Plating Act as outlined in MCA and as well with Helena City Code. Easements, the proposed subdivision complies with the provision of easements within the proposed subdivision for the location of installation of any planned utilities or infrastructure improvements. Legal and physical access. Internal streets will provide physical and legal access to each lot proposed. The names of all these streets have already been reserved and approved by the addressing coordinator. Proposed development provides legal and physical access to all proposed subdivision lots. Post preliminary plat approval, this project will be ripe ripe for final plat approval when the property is developed in accordance with preliminary plat. Conditions of each phase have been satisfied. All public improvement plans are complete and in compliance with city standards, and all required improvements have been completed or properly bonded with a performance surety. There is conclusion, there is no indication that the proposed development would not follow the city's post preliminary plat process. Growth policy analysis is located in staff report in our section 6. Again, this is identified as urban and identifies area of the urban service boundary as being best suited, standards boundary, excuse me, as being best suited for this type of development. Several highlights of the growth policy goals and objectives. It does support the provision of safe and accessible housing, provides efficient public facilities, provides and supports Helena's parks, promotes the development of diverse housing stock, supports the development of housing located in proximity to services, gives priority for future extension of services annexation in the USB. Project does foster open space connectivity and encourages new development to provide multimodal access to nearby parks, trails, and green spaces. Okay, the exceptions as outlined in HCC, subdivision regulation variances. Blocks may not exceed 600 feet in length except when a longer length is needed to meet grade limitations, the existing built environment, water bodies and railroad crossings or industrial uses. Staff feels the applicant the applicant is requesting an exception from city's block length requirements and has included their requested exception allowances into the design for the development and have incorporated the design exceptions on the preliminary plat. There are several blocks that will exceed our 600-foot block length minimum requirement, maximum requirement, excuse me. The block lengths are necessary due to topographic constraints of the site. There are 3 blocks that will exceed the 600-foot block length requirement. And this exception would apply to those proposed roads due to topographic constraints to meet grade limitations on the proposed roads. These are the roads and the block lengths that are being requested for an exception. Livingston Avenue from Hauser to Lee, that length is approximately 690 feet, and that does have a mid-block pedestrian crossing. Lee Drive from Livingston Avenue to Brakeman Avenue, that's approximately 631.66 feet. That one does not have a mid-block pedestrian crossing as proposed. Then Brakeman Avenue from Park Drive to Lee Drive, Brakeman Court, that block length exceeds 971 feet, but that does have a mid-block pedestrian crossing. Staff does concur that the above explanations and exhibits included in the preliminary plat support the use of block lengths longer than 600 feet in this application or in this development and are adequate and sufficient for the governing body to make a decision on the exception. The applicant has provided information sufficient to justify the exceptions to block length standards as outlined in Helena City Code, Chapter 12, Section 42C. The dead-end streets. Dead-end streets are allowed only when the applicant can demonstrate a dead-end street is necessary due to compelling circumstances such as enhancement of safety, compliance with the city's complete streets resolution, which was 19,799, topography constraints, mitigating disturbance of existing water courses, mitigation of access obstructions, or a temporary dead-end street intended for future extension. Dead-end streets may not exceed 600 feet in total length. As you'll see, there are no dead-end streets that exceed 600 feet, but they do exceed 150 feet. But each one does have an emergency turnaround designed and installed according to the standards and requirements of the city. And that will be the cul-de-sac at the end of the dead-end street. The applicant has indicated that there are compelling circumstances that exist for the proposed development for the use of dead-end streets and has also integrated dead-end streets into the subdivision design. All dead-end streets, like I've said, are less than the 600-foot max in city code. There are 5 that exceed 150, that that are dead end streets. Crowley Court, 332 feet, Lee Court, which is 261.5 feet, Livensey Court, which is 538, Brakeman Court, 115.73 feet, and Flowery Court, which is 538 feet. Connectivity of internal roads within the development was utilized as much as possible, but due to the extreme topographic hardships experienced at this location, utilizing dead end streets to provide safe access to residents and to meet the City of Helena engineering standards and fire codes was necessary. Staff does concur that the above explanation exhibits included in the preliminary plat application in support of the use of dead end streets in this development are adequate and sufficient for the governing body to make a decision on their inclusion in the subdivision design. Again, the applicant has provided information sufficient to justify the uses. However, they do not exceed the max dead end street length of 600 feet. Concluding and wrapping up, staff recommends conditional approval of the preliminary plat for the West Side Woods Major Phase subdivision, creating 100 lots and street rights away from approximately 58.85 acres, and to adopt the findings of fact and the conditions contained therein for the property legally described in the findings of fact. The following conditions shall apply to the preliminary plat approval and must be satisfied before final plat may be approved. These conditions are quite lengthy, so if I have to take a break and clear my throat, I do apologize. Recommended condition number 1. Again, these are outlined in the staff report, but I'll read them for the record. Developer must submit an update to their TIS, including signal warrant analysis during the development and build out of each project phase. New counts must be conducted during midweek while school is in session. Based on an updated traffic impact study and signal warrant analysis for each phase, if a traffic signal or other off-site improvements are required, the developer must coordinate with MDT to review the installation of a traffic signal at the Granite Avenue and Highway 12 intersection, as well as any other off-site improvements. If MDT agrees with off-site improvements or installation of a signal at this intersection, the developer shall proportionally share in the installation or provide a bond in an amount equal to a proportionate share for a signal at this intersection or other off-site improvements. Recommended condition number 3. All new road section asphalt widths must comply with City of Helena engineering standards. Recommended condition number 4. Developer must revise the TIS to clarify types of vehicle crashes and if any serious injury or fatality crash occurred, and describe any safety mitigation strategies. With phase 1 of project development, the entire length of Hauser Boulevard from Granite Avenue to the Overlook subdivision must be constructed to local road standards, including curb, gutter, and boulevard sidewalks. Recommended condition number 6. With phase 1 of project development, the applicant must construct curb, gutter, and boulevard sidewalks to major collector standards on Granite Avenue from Hauser Boulevard to Knight Street. Recommended condition number 7. With phase 1 of project development, the applicant shall coordinate with the city to install traffic calming mitigation measures at the intersection of Hauser Boulevard and Granite Avenue, such as a compact roundabout. Recommended condition number 8. With phase 1 of project development, the applicant, in collaboration with Kessler School and Helena School District staff, must install a pedestrian actuated flashing crosswalk sign at the current crosswalk at the Overlook Boulevard and Granite Avenue intersection, as well as a street light to provide for better pedestrian safety at this location. Recommended condition number 9. With phase 1 of project development, the applicant must install bulb outs on the south end of the Kessler School property at the east leg of the Knight Street and Granite Avenue intersection, as well as a flashing electronic speed limit sign south of this intersection in an effort to slow traffic speeds through the school area. Recommended condition number 10. With phase 3 of project development, Park Drive from Woodward Avenue to Hauser Boulevard must be constructed to local road standards, including curb, gutter, and boulevard sidewalks. Recommended condition number 11. with phase 3 of project development, Park Drive and Woodward Avenue must be connected and the intersection constructed to engineering standards for complete streets. Recommended condition number 12. The existing City of Helena 24-inch diameter steel water main crossing the proposed subdivision known as the Crosstown Connector must be kept at its current burial configuration and allowed vertical adjustments and kept so that it is no shallower than 6.5 feet below ground surface and no deeper than 7.5 feet below ground surface, or as coordinated with the city, and its current alignment must be maintained. Except for perpendicular crossings, no additional utilities shall be placed within the Crosstown Connector transmission mains existing easement. Recommended condition number 13. A plan for noxious and invasive species control on any land dedicated as city park land and all open space lots will be submitted and approved by the city and implemented prior to final plating. Recommended condition number 14. A fuels mitigation plan must be submitted and approved by the city and implemented on all parkland dedications and all open space lots prior to final plating. Recommended condition number 15. Prior to final plat approval, any new storm drainage facilities must be within an easement granted to the city that allows for access and maintenance and restricts any encroachments. Recommended condition number 16. Updated water meter flow data and downstream sewer capacity calculations shall be prepared and submitted to the city for each development phase. In accordance with city standards, if updated flow meter data and capacity calculations require upgrades, all sewer mains that are at or exceed 75% capacity will have to be upsized by the developer. Excuse me. Recommended condition number 17. The project developer must provide the city a water system design report that fully evaluates and analyzes the available storage and any additional storage required for the proposed phases of the development due to its size and potential impacts on the water distribution system. This report must be provided prior to infrastructure review for the initial phase of development. If the submitted water system design report indicates the need for additional storage, said storage must be available prior to final plat approval of the phase which triggered the additional storage requirement and prior to final plat approval for each subsequent phase of the development. Recommended condition number 18, improvements listed in the TIS to be completed in phase 1 must be completed prior to final plat of phase 1. Recommended condition number 19, improvements listed in the TIS to be completed in phase 2 must be completed prior to final plat of phase 2. Recommended condition 20, improvements listed in the traffic impact study to be completed in phase 3 must be completed prior to final plat of phase 3. And finally, recommended condition number 21, improvements listed in the traffic impact study to be completed in phase 4 must be completed prior to final plat of phase 4. And that concludes my lengthy presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Director Brinks.
Thank you.
Brink, sorry. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a statement.
Yeah. I wanted to, take a quick break.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you,
Go
Mr. Mayor.
ahead.
Thank you. Over a year ago, in January of 2022, well before I was appointed to the City Commission, I signed a petition for the West Side Woods in support of it and in support of much needed housing. That was when I was a private citizen, and now I'm a city commissioner. I wish to be transparent and objective by listening to all sides tonight and to make a vote that is in the best interest of our community. I will not benefit from anything by signing this document or this petition. There are other people in this room I know who've signed it as well, but there's no financial or other benefit otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have those statement? At this time, we want to take what's the time? We'll take a 6-minute break. Just got to stretch out. Some of us have surgery. I don't want to get blood clot, so 6 minutes, that's all I ask. We appreciate you coming back and participating in this process. At this time, we'll have the applicant. If he has any comments, please step forward. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you so much for hearing us and for your patience.
Good evening.
My name is Becca Cantrell, and I'm one of the partners of Sussex Construction. And my colleague Derek here is going to help me with the buttons.
That's the plan.
There we go. Okay, thank you so much for hearing about Westside Woods today. First of all, I wanted to tell you a little bit about who we are as Sussex Construction. Ron Barch and I founded Sussex Construction in 1996. Ron was born in Butte and he grew up in Helena. After serving in the Peace Corps in Uzbekistan for a few years, we came back to Helena and set up our construction company. For over 20 years, we've participated in the Parade of Homes and the home shows. We've built residential homes, light construction, civil pieces. We've built subdivisions, custom homes, condominiums throughout the Helena area. Ron's been involved with the HBIA for many of these years. He served as president several times. 3 of the governors of Helena, Montana have elected him to serve on the code board. He's also certified as a green build. Sussex Construction employs over 50 employees throughout the year, depending on the season. We don't take the seasons off. We've built over 400 residential homes. In our 27 years of business, we've also contributed a lot to our community. This is just a little snapshot of some of the community and charity events that we've been involved in. Everything from soccer to dance to arts to outdoor lifestyles and more. Here's an image from the Sussex Park, which is actually right up against Westside Woods at the base of Mount Helena. We started it about 15 years ago and have just finished the very last home. What was special about this place in particular was that we were one of the first developers to incorporate larger lots in the city and trails for public access to open space. Sussex is very much, it embodies the identity of Helena and what that means, which is the arts, the outdoor space access, the trails, the community, and the friendliness that identifies us as Helena. This is Ridgeview. It's a group of condominiums, about 35 of them, that we built up behind the hospital on the east side of town. And this one here is a project that we're currently working on. It's called Heron Creek. It's about 10 miles east of Costco, tucked off of Canyon Ferry Road. You can't see it from the road. It's 109 units on 130 acres with about 35 acres of open space with trails and ponds, playgrounds, etc., to enhance community lifestyle. And we are also finishing out the last few condos at Stony Brook Village in Montana City. And thank you. I just wanted you to know who we are and where we're from and what we do. I'm going to hand the floor over to my colleague, Derek Davis, now.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just wanted to start out here. And I wanted to thank the city and city staff for all the time they put into reviewing this project. It's been almost 3 years since we started. I'd also like to thank WWC Engineering. We've worked hard on this over the last few years. As a result, tonight we're presenting this project to you guys. It's been recommended approval by the Parks Board, the City County Consolidated Planning Board. And I'll start here by giving you guys an overview. So West Side Woods is this area in green here on the map. It's just south of Highway 12, on the very west edge of town, just south of Overlook Estates. So if you can see Overlook Estates here, just for proportions, there's more units in this roughly 22 acres than there are in the entire 59 here for West Side Woods. So it's directly west of the City of Helena, the base of the City of Helena Park. Within walking distance to Kessler School, Spring Meadow Lake, 10 Mile Creek Park, and Montana Wild. A little bit of history of the land. The prior owners, the Whites, they spoke here at the planning board meeting, so I'm just going to touch on that a little bit. But this land was always planned for development. The prior owner, and did some investigation for his own development. And also, we found out here in 1976, the city ran the crosstown connector, the main water pipe through this land. And there was a lawsuit involved. As a result, at the time, the city gave city water rights to this property. So there's been a lot of questions about why this design. There's a few things that we have to follow here. Number one is the growth plan. So the growth plan calls for moderate to high density housing. You just heard Mountain View Meadows. I think it was 207 houses on 32 acres. So this is a lot less dense. It's more towards the moderate, not the high dense that the urban standard boundary calls for. The other thing we have to account for are city standards. Street grades, there's a maximum 10% street grade. There's a maximum 150-foot turning radius for these roads. So you see these curves in the roads, they all utilize that maximum turn. And those city standards are there for a reason. They're there for emergency vehicles to access the property. And then the cul-de-sacs, Director Brink talked about these a little bit earlier. Cul-de-sacs are allowed in city code. The language is a lot more plain in the city standards. So if, for instance, if Kings Common were to design internal roads, they would refer to the city standards. For local roads, those city standards call for 600-foot maximum. So as Director Brink said, our cul-de-sacs are well below the 600-foot maximum. We wanted to work with the topography of the land. With this density, we wanted to preserve what is Helena, what is the city park area. People historically use this area for walking. And Ron and Becca, they include trails in everything they build. That's kind of their trademark. So they wanted to preserve that. They wanted to include trails within the subdivision and respect the topography of the land. So again, as Director Brink said, within the urban standards boundary. And to elaborate on the open space. So on this photo, you can see the open space is the dark green area. It is on the perimeter of the property as well as within the property in some pocket parks. There's trail systems that connect all of these open spaces both to the city right of ways that have boulevard sidewalks. And as well to the south to the city park. So the thought is to preserve what this land's currently being used for, which is walking trails, bike trails, etc., and incorporate that into the design. So some pros for the community, the city. Obviously, we're in a housing crisis. It's all most people seem to talk about at the government level. There are other items. And we have a workforce deficit. There's a lot of people, not only affordable housing, but there's people coming to Helena looking for workforce housing. There's a new hospital coming to town. There's, we need houses for doctors, nurses. Basically, we need inventory. So with this project, you guys have seen a lot of projects come in front of you. There's 600 plus on Sanders Street. There's Kings Common. There's 200 more in Mountain View Meadows. One main difference with this project, thanks in large part to Save Helena West Side and their efforts, is there's actually more roads being improved off-site outside of the subdivision as conditioned with this project than there are internal roads. It's in alignment with the growth policy, and it's well within the urban standards boundary. Obviously, we're not going to solve all of the problems with the housing crisis, with the existing neighborhood. Right now, kids are walking down dirt roads to get to Kessler School. There's uncontrolled intersections. There's no, there's not even a flashing speed sign telling people to slow down in front of Kessler. We can bring some of those with this subdivision. We're not going to solve all of the problems here at once. In addition to the growth policy, this project also has alignment with the Tri-County Economic Strategy. I know you guys were presented on that a few weeks ago. The city code, subdivision regulations, and the Tri-County Housing Needs Assessment. Here's just some snippets from the Tri-County Housing Needs Assessment. Just calls to maintain adequate diverse housing opportunities for all income levels, recruit large employers and developers to provide workforce housing. And, it talks to some of the challenges with individual wells and septics. They have setbacks, so these lots with wells and septics are naturally bigger, and they promote urban sprawl, more spread out communities. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, but, the planning paradigm we have right now in the county with lots of constraints. So here's just some items from articles we snipped out. One main item I'd like to point out is from 2010 to 2020, there was a 9.6% increase in population, but there was only a 6.6 increase in housing inventory. And this, this just all talks to the current housing crisis we're in. And as everybody has been saying in the press, the solution is not one solution, it's lots of solutions. And it's inventory. So we hope to be part of this solution. So here are the constraints listed in the city county growth plan, which, they're a large reason why the urban standards boundary was created. Trying to direct growth where the commissioners before you, the county commissioners back since 2004 have been outlining where dense growth, where they would like dense growth to occur within the city. So the first is water availability. It's a constraint in the valley. A lot of the upper aquifers are being depleted, and we're impacting the deeper aquifers in the Helena Valley area. So West Side Woods is proposed to connect to city water. Wastewater management, a lot of the county developments, they either have wells and septics or they have private wastewater treatment systems, all of which are hard to maintain, often pollute the existing ground, add nitrates to the soil, and pollute the aquifer. So we're proposing to connect the city sewer to the centralized sewer treatment plant. Roads, there's a large web of roads, obviously, in the county that are very difficult to maintain. Lots are dirt. There's no standard for sidewalks, curbs and gutters in the county, just because it is so sprawled out and so vast. So maintaining these roads, I drive on them every day, is a challenge, and it's expensive. So West Side Woods is, we're proposing complete streets within the subdivision. So that means every road, every cul-de-sac, everything would have the minimum width for asphalt. It would have curb and gutter. It would have boulevard sidewalks. Not only that, basically every impacted road from Granite, including Granite west to the subdivision, will be upgraded to complete street, which means curb, gutter, sidewalk, and it will finally, it's never been there before, but it will provide a path for not only these students that would live in this neighborhood, but the existing neighborhood east of West Side Woods up to Granite. They would now have a safe path to school, so they'd have sidewalks to walk on. Fire protection, protection's tough in the county. A lot of the roads are narrower. There's not high pressure, higher fire hydrants within those communities that volunteer firefighters can hook up to. West Side Woods would have city standard pressure for fire hydrants. We would have fire hydrants, as well as all of our roads would meet the fire code. Flooding is another constraint to developing in the county. This plan, we have a stormwater design that will address any internal flooding, but we're not within any high water zone. So, there's been a lot said about this subdivision, a lot said. This is a responsible development. It's not our plan. This is from the growth plan that the commissioners developed, that the city county commissioners developed. And it says where to grow, and it says how to grow. So it says where to grow, at what density to grow. So as Director Brink mentioned, this is in alignment with the growth plan. And then it also tells you what standards to build to. So we're building to city standards. This will be an island out there. A lot of the city, it was mentioned, I think roughly 50% of the city has sidewalks. So it will truly be, as a new subdivision should, it'll be an island of city standards, not only within the subdivision, but with the improvements we're bringing outside of the subdivision. So community benefits, again, housing, inventory. We're a local company. A lot of the projects you've heard have been from out of town, out of state developers. So a bonus with a local developer, obviously, is, we have local subcontractors, we have local workers, our management's local. The revenue that comes in stays in the city. Another community benefit, after working with the school district for over 2 years, we've had a lot of meetings we've had 2 cycles of staff. So we talked with the prior Kessler school principal, the current Kessler school principal, the prior school district, the current school district. And, we realize there's a problem at the school. It's undeniable. There's an existing problem. People are flying down Granite Street. There's no complete streets in the area. We went on the MTAC walk that MTAC coordinated. The Safe Helena West Side group was there as well. And yeah, there's a problem. So with this subdivision, we offered, we said, how can we help address your problems through these meetings? The result of that was a letter sent from the school district to the City of Helena, and their recommendations to make the area safer are included in the conditions of approval for this subdivision. Community trails, again, these trail systems, we're looking to preserve the culture of Helena with the trails. The 13 acres of parkland, that'll ensure that the public can perpetually use this land as public access. It'll connect to the City of Helena Park. Everybody loves the City of Helena Park, and it's close to all of our hearts. As well, so the streets in the subdivision are named after local artists. Dale Livesey, Amy Brakeman, etc. So the thought is to have these artists put some unique Helena art along the trails in a safe space to add to our culture. It's sustainable growth. It meets the City of Helena growth policy. It meets the city county growth policy, incorporates all city standards, regulations, and it's a step towards the vision of the city and the county commissioners of where to grow, following the plan, coordinating with developers to make it happen. So here's just an overview of the area. The green arrow is West Side Woods. The red line is the urban standards boundary. So we're well within the urban standards boundary. This is just a snapshot of the original plat to the east of West Side Woods. So right now, you go out there, it's pretty sparsely populated. Director Brink just mentioned this area was recently pre-zoned R2. So that means each one of these lots, some have gone away over time. This is the original plat, but each one of these lots could house a duplex. So it was mentioned at the last meeting that there's up to, I think it was 100 more residents that will likely, this is a good area for infill development that will occur over time. And yeah, I just wanted to point out, so Overlook Estates, it's not on this map, but it's just to the north of West Side Woods. It's roughly 22 acres, roughly 190 units. So as far as access goes, they have two accesses to the east and they go right into Kessler School. There's one access to the south. So, that when Overlook Estates was approved, they didn't pave Hauser Boulevard from Overlook Estates up to Hauser over to Granite. They did their improvements within the subdivision. So our West Side Woods, it's being held to a higher standard, and that's okay. We realize this area is sensitive. So here's an example of the improvements that are required by statute. So when we submitted the application, we knew that city staff would vet it. We knew there'd be public comment, input from Save Helena West Side, and items added to the conditions of approval. So that's one reason why that list is so long. But here, what would be required, the blue would be complete streets, and if it was similar to Kings Common, I believe it would just be boulevard sidewalks adjacent to West Side Woods, not even on the other side. And then the green would be pavement only over to Granite where there's existing pavement. So this is what you're looking at on the right-hand side. This is what you're looking at with this proposal tonight. So, as I said, Granite Avenue, the blue, everything blue is complete street standard. And then some of the items that we worked with the school district and the City of Helena to develop. So there would be a traffic light at Highway 12 and Granite if the traffic counts that are required at each phase. That's another thing with this, how the conditions are written. At each phase, all the traffic's reevaluated. At each phase before final plat, it'll come back to the city commission. So this is, so there will be a traffic light there if the numbers require it. There will be bulb outs at Kessler School. So bulb outs restrict the traffic lane, cause traffic to go slower. There will be flashing electric speed limit signs up above Kessler School. I don't know about you, but those definitely work for me when you're driving down the road and you see those things flash at you. There will also be traffic calming measures at the corner of Hauser and Granite, such as a compact roundabout and pedestrian actuated flashing crosswalk signs and street lights. So it's hard to envision if you guys have been out there, but if you're up on Flowery today, you look down the hill and it's like a ski hill straight down to, it's the perfect groomer straight down to Kessler School. So, you know, picture that now. People are flying down that road, they're hitting 40. As conditioned with the experts from the City of Helena in their input, there will be a roundabout there at the corner of Hauser and Granite to slow people down. You go around the roundabout and then you hit flashing crosswalk signs if students are there. You hit flashing speed signs. So these were recommended by the school district, by Kessler School staff themselves. So we concur with them and they're incorporated into the conditions of approval. So a lot has been said about traffic. What's different this time? There's a new TIS we did when school was in full session last fall during the weekday. The TIS was reviewed by City of Helena, their third party traffic professional. I believe they were out of Washington. They reviewed the TIS, WWC Engineering, and the conditions take those analyses by those groups into account, and those are the mitigations for the traffic count we did. As I mentioned, each phase will require a new TIS. Roads and traffic calming devices are designed based on the TIS and the comments, and again, the traffic light there at Highway 12. So there's been a lot of talk, and obviously, you know, the shortest route out of here is Granite. One of the shortest routes out of here is Granite. That's no question. That's why we've coordinated with the school district to see what would make their school safer, because there's an existing problem. It's not a problem solely due to this neighborhood, which has less housing than Overlook Estates and less housing than the land to the east. There's an existing problem, but this map just shows, you know, most of the maps we've seen have been zoomed in on this project around Kessler School. These are the routes you can take. You know, a pretty direct route is also Joslin. So if you continue, you're going down Hauser, you go around the roundabout. Instead of going further around the roundabout, you can also go down straight to Joslin over to Highway 12. Most of the people from this neighborhood will likely be going east. You know, Broadwater's to the west, Missoula's to the west, the VA is to the west. So some people will go out and likely use Granite, take a left and go west. So, oops, I lost my screen. I might need your help today.
You pay for a time.
So I'll just talk a little bit here about the western access. So there were a couple designs, I think, that the Save Helen West Side sent over, and the need for this western access is primarily for evacuation routes, emergency vehicle routes. So there is an existing road to the west, and no, we are not suggesting paving LeGrand and making it a road. But we are suggesting for Sussex to add an emergency access easement that would connect the south end of the property to LeGrand in the event of an evacuation. We did speak, we spoke to the planning department, the fire chief, the police chief about this option. It would basically be an evacuation route to the west on a road that's already there. So without cutting into private land, without doing a 40-foot cut and large retaining walls, without going onto a private road to the west. Thanks, Danae. Scroll down. Thank you very much. All right, so here's just a Google Earth image or a cadastral image, I guess, showing the topography over there. There's a large drop off on the west side. I think this is from the City of Helena West Side's original design. You have a letter from the City of Helena West Side objecting to the longer block lengths. Not only would this have the longest block length in the whole subdivision with this design, but there would also be numerous variances that don't follow city code. Here is a cross section. Here's a cross section of some of the cuts. So, that top one, you've got a large retaining wall, a 20-foot retaining wall, another large cut, and then another 5 feet, around 40 feet of cut. So it's a challenging road. It would require variances to build. It's on private property. And then there's the question of if it's for emergency access, why not use the existing road that we have for an emergency access? If it's for everyday use, the question is who's going to use it? Who's going to go to the west out of this subdivision? And then the other question, I guess, is, all of these conditions of approval, the streets off-site that are more in number than the streets on-site that we're improving, would those be the same? Would traffic go to the west and the conditions to the east, would those still be required? Those are all questions. Our preference is, if it is about evacuation, our preference is to use the existing road that's up there in the event of emergency. So this is where that road would be. You see the red arrow on the end of Flowery Street there. So there are existing roads up there. There are existing paths. And the top of that road is very close to LeGrand. Some of LeGrand is actually on this property. So we would like to, I do have a packet here that I'll hand to everyone, but we would like to propose a condition to create an emergency access easement from this area to LeGrand. In the event of emergency, not only the neighbors within this subdivision, but if there's a fire coming from the east, we've got a big problem, but the neighbors from the adjacent neighborhood, that could be their western egress point as well. So I'll hand these conditions out to you. They were sent to Director Brink, but I'm not sure if they're included in your packet. So there's two separate packages, conditions of approval for preliminary plat. And that's on the letterhead. Yep. And the second one is the conditions of approval for annexation. So an important note on here, we did suggest some edits and we realized that they came in late. We did send them to Director Brink here. But these are suggested edits for the conditions. So some of the edits are to clarify the conditions of approval, just to clarify the scope of what's included in them. They're pretty open-ended. And then some, like in reference to In reference to the downstream sewer improvements, they call out proportional share for items that we're impacting. And a lot of these roads, we realize we're impacting 100%. But that's what those edits are. So feel free to take a look at those, please. Here is a map. On the left-hand side, this is the Tri-County Fire Safe Working Group's fire hazard map for the Helena area. As you can see, West Side Woods is in the orange area, the moderate fire danger area. Other areas that are in here, Mountain View Meadows is similar. And then there's a lot of areas in Helena that are higher extreme within the existing town. So this is classified as moderate per the Tri-County Fire Safe Working Group. The map on the right is an overview from the Open Lands Department. And this is all of the area they fire mitigated. So the green is their first treatment. I believe it's on a 10-year cycle. The city of Helena has done a great job of fire mitigating the ring around Helena, the south side. So as you can see directly south of West Side Woods here, there's a lot of fire mitigation that's been done. And the wooded area within this property will be fire mitigated as well. This is just the map of the roads, the trails, and the open space. So the dark green is the open space, just to give you an idea. So benefits of annexation. The city, unlike the county, has the power of annexation. As well as, annexation we feel is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do to connect to city water, to connect to city and sewer. The last thing we want to do is go put a bunch of individual drain fields out there and pollute the existing ground. In the city of Helena, there's a lot stricter codes. If you look at a county standard road versus city standard road, where the kids are going to walk, are there sidewalks on a county road? What's going on with the storm drainage? It's the county standards are the county standards for a reason. It's for the sprawl, for the less dense areas. Building permits from this project will generate a lot of money for the city of Helena. The taxes will generate a lot of money for the city of Helena at build out. The parkland will be a bonus. People who have historically walked across private land can now, use this perpetual access to walk on, ride their bikes on, enjoy outside. It'll generate a lot of taxes for the schools. We touched on fire mitigation. This area, we're already weed mitigating it. We spray it every year. We'll continue to weed mitigate it. It'll bring local jobs. It'll bring local revenue. It'll bring local taxes. It'll bring local housing. It'll bring the same benefits that all the other projects you guys have reviewed and approved will bring. We feel the added benefit with this project is we're a local company. So what happens in Helena stays in Helena. Again, the cul-de-sacs, the city standard, Ron has it in his side, but the city standard for cul-de-sacs is 600 feet. If someone who's rezoning or annexing and not going through subdivision review were to build a cul-de-sac, this is the standard they're held to. So what's different this time? The last time when we submitted the project, the cul-de-sacs were longer than 600 feet to start out with. The TIS has been updated. There's been a third-party traffic review, and we are proposing an emergency access to the west in the event of a fire coming from the east. This will allow a route, again, not only for this neighborhood, but the adjacent neighborhoods to use. It's had an additional year of vetting. The prior city staff recommended approval of this project. The current city staff recommended approval of this project. And they've been different people. Planning board recommends approval. Here's the language which Chris went through. I won't read it, but you know, these impacts that we're creating, yes, we are creating impacts, they will be mitigated. So that is all I have, and thank you guys very much for your time, but I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we'll open up to commissioners. If you have questions for, what's your name again, sir?
Derek Davis.
Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure my question is for you. Are we asking questions of anybody at this time, or would you prefer we limit it to this presentation? I have a question on city code.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and ask.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if this is Director Knopke or Director Brink, but could you give us a brief explanation of why block lengths are why the code requires it to be at 600 feet and how a pedestrian crossing might address whatever the concern is? I don't know who's the best person.
Who's addressing this from the city?
Well, I guess since David's not giving up. So the question, why the 600-foot block length? And how does a pedestrian crossing impact that block length?
Address whatever concern might be had by having something over 600. Thank you.
So I not knowing corporate knowledge on why the city targeted 600 feet for block length. That's typical standard for block length. And historically, it deals with pedestrian access, walkability of a neighborhood, so to speak. When you exceed the 600 feet, intermediate pedestrian path definitely helps continue that pedestrian walkability within that longer block length. The only issue you may run into with block length extensions, and I think it's been addressed with this project too, is the location of hydrants on the corner of those blocks. And the ability for fire service and the hoses to reach a certain distance from the intersection or from the hydrant location. Chief Campbell or David may can answer that better. But block length interruptions like bike paths, pedestrian paths definitely help the increase beyond the 600 foot. Makes the situation a lot better.
Did I clear you? Do you have any other comments from the commission for those presenters that were here?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question that is actually probably for the city manager or city attorney.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering, as we're getting into this discussion piece, can you maybe briefly provide a summary of how we operate as a quasi judicial body and how we are or are not allowed to make decisions based on what's been presented?
Mayor, Commissioner Dean, yes, I can. Thank you. The commission right now is sitting as a quasi judicial body, which means that the evidence presented to it is what you can consider for making your decision. If the evidence itself actually satisfies the requirements that you heard from Commissioner Brink, or sorry, from Director Brink, you have been promoted. You have a limited discretion on whether or not you can deny it. If it actually meets the requirements of the code with the evidence presented, your decision-making authority is limited to, you have to approve it. So that is what a quasi judicial board does, and its limited capacity for decision-making. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Dean?
It does. Thank you.
Please go
Just a
ahead.
quick comment. I think to tag along with what Ms. Doctor said, I think it's important for the public to understand this is pretty much the first, pretty much the first time that we have, well, this is the first time that we have talked about this matter as a body, and so some of the questions we may ask tonight as we go along might seem a little elementary perhaps, but that may provide a bit of insight as to why. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to start with some of, I have a handful of questions for staff, is that?
Well, yeah, sure.
Okay, great. So I think, I'm not sure if Director Brink or Director Kanopke would like to answer these, but can you discuss at what point a signal is warranted? Within the conditions that we have proposed, a traffic impact study has to be completed at each phase. And within that, it discusses that is when an analysis will be done, whether a traffic signal is warranted or not. So what is that trigger that it is warranted?
Mayor and commissioners, there are single warrant analysis required by MDT. And so as we approach those with these.
MDT, would you make sure that the audience understands?
Sorry, MDT, the Montana Department of Transportation. As we do these subsequent updates to the TIS, they will have an opportunity to see what those traffic counts are, see how close we're getting to those warrants. And if they do meet or exceed those warrants in any one of these phases, then they begin their process. They'll probably redo the warrants just to ensure that the numbers are what they're seeing. And then they start down that process of design and installation of the signal.
Okay, great. And this is another question for you. So within the materials that were presented, staff does an analysis, fire department, police department, water, etc. One thing I noticed that is not included is snow removal services. And we know that sometimes snow removal is difficult with cul-de-sacs. Is there a reason why that doesn't get included within this review?
Mayor and commissioners, once the streets are built to city standard, then we have adequate width to maintain those streets. So with this subdivision having boulevard sidewalks, we have boulevards where there will be snow storage. The boulevards extend into the cul-de-sacs. So there will be snow storage, limited, but there will be some snow storage with the boulevards. So as long as city standard streets are being installed, we feel that we can maintain those. Not to say that maybe with subsequent discussions or working with the developer that we might, make some suggestions in the design process, but yes.
Okay, great. And then my final question for you. Can you explain what makes up a complete street?
Mayor and commissioners, a complete street has many elements. The basic elements are travel lanes, parking lanes, curb and gutter, boulevards, and sidewalks. But there also could be elements of traffic calming in a complete street. There could be bike lanes, not only just striped bike lanes, but there could be protected bike lanes if they're warranted. So there's numerous components of a complete street. That's complete streets are there to address all modes of transportation, not just vehicles, but pedestrians and bicyclists as well. And also, those are all to be built to PROAG and ADA standards. PROAG is the American Disability Act and PROAG is the Public Rights of Way guidelines. So that these features are all accessible across the project.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then, Mr. Mayor, I think my next question, and I think my last question, unless someone else says something that prompts me, is I think for Director Brink. So when we was reviewing this, I noticed that within the conditions, and this was alluded to in the applicant's presentation, that there was discussion during the planning board meeting about the creation of some sort of additional point of egress. And it's not included in the conditions, but it says in the notes from the planning board that they unanimously recommended that the city work with the developer for the creation of additional points of egress to the west or north.
Mhm.
How do we address that?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner Dean. So the planning board did not add that as an outright condition of approval. They took that as a separate action for us to continue that discussion about a additional access wherever that may be going on within the development process for this project. They did not, I don't know if it's intentionally or not, I don't want to speak for them. They didn't add that as a condition of approval, but for something for us to continue to work towards through the development of this project.
Okay, and I guess, I don't know if this is, you want to answer this or the city attorney, but is it possible, would it be possible for the commission to add that as a condition for approval?
You could, just keep in mind, if you add conditions to the preliminary plat process, you'll have to have a finding to back up that condition. So there'll need to be a finding that you add to the findings of facts to substantiate that.
Okay, so
that condition. Does that make sense?
that does make sense. And so I wonder, and I understand the concern given, for example, the sheriff's comments and other public comment we've had included in here. I wonder, would it be more appropriate to include that kind of condition with the traffic impact study that's required in each phase? So something like with each traffic impact study, a consideration of the need for additional points of egress.
That could be an appropriate time to bring it up.
Okay.
Because with a phase project, each subsequent phase is triggered by a notice from the developer requires your additional approval or
Great.
review.
Okay, thank you.
There is an option to add it
Okay,
later in the project.
thanks.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This message or this question is for either Director Brink or for Director Konopke. It's been mentioned about city standards for the size or width of streets. When you say that for the neighborhood that is being proposed, Director Konopke, is that going to be 18 feet width, 20, 22 feet, or what is that standard? Thank you. And then I have a follow-up as well.
Mayor and commissioners, in working with the developer, I believe that was 32 feet of asphalt, so 2 10-foot travel lanes with the 6-foot parking lanes on the sides.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I've got a follow-up as well. I'm not sure who to direct this to within our staff, but are there going to be any efforts to redirect traffic away from the school? And I understand we are working on traffic calming measures. What efforts are we making to protect the students? Thank you.
Mayor and commissioners, as you saw outlined in your packet, there were several traffic mitigation, traffic calming mitigation measures that were suggested by the school. The school also is working on on-site and off-site improvements to try to possibly move the parent drop off or the school or the bus drop, the school and the parent pickup locations off of Granite to try to relieve that stress and that on that corridor. We've been in talks with them on possible ways that we can do that. Obviously, nothing's been finalized as of yet, but we are in discussion with the school district to try to, they realize that some of their operational needs could be improved. So we're just working together to try to find those mitigations and and implement them.
Yeah, John. Any other? Go ahead.
So perhaps a question for the city attorney. We just received some edits to some conditions that we could be proposing tonight. Having just seen these, how would you suggest we address these?
Mayor, Commissioner Logan, these were, as the applicant mentioned, these were actually given to the city not long ago, but we did see them. And the city staff has looked, it might be a question for Director Brink about looking at substance and whether or not they are change any substance of the conditions, but also speaking to the process, you could make you could make a motion to include their conditions as opposed to the ones that were presented to you, as long as there aren't any substantive changes to them.
So Mayor and Commissioner Logan, we received those edits Thursday or Friday of last week, which was too late to get to you and to be transparent to the public. So we did not get them to you. We asked the applicant to present those separately. But we have looked at them. Other than one particular item that Director Leland may have some issue with that may be substantial or a substantive edit that may change the nature of that condition. All the others, we've looked at them, myself, Director Kanopke and Attorney Doctor. Those edits that the developer has proposed are fine. They don't change the nature of the condition. That it does clarify and clean up the language. So we're fine with those edits. But I would wholeheartedly ask that you definitely read those into if you're considering, read those into the records so the public knows what those are, of course.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, a follow-up, I'd be interested in the concern that Director Leland has that is substantive.
Director Leland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission. The one that I'm referring to is about the sewer main. That of the sewer main going to capacity of 75% that is in there. And then they're suggesting, I just read them today. I was actually on vacation last Thursday and Friday. But there is some question with that language I'd like to review and have a little more time if that was going to go in, because I don't want it to shift liability as to who is responsible for upsizing them, how everything is going to be discussed, and who is going to be responsible for upsizing the main, and how, if there's a proportional share, how that's going to be calculated in there. It says that it would give a portion to the city or give money to the city to do the project. And I'd rather have some more time to take a look at it, that it's not being shifted onto the city liability and city responsibility.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are you done?
So, Mr. Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question? I think this one is for Director Kanopke. So from what I'm reading, the non-substantive piece is the grading asphalt, curb gutter, and boulevard sidewalks. Is that accurate?
Mayor and Commissioners, yes.
Okay.
It's just kind of stating the major components of the complete street, but we do have the complete street policy to fall back on.
Do you, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
do we, if we did not specify some of those pieces, do you believe they're still met in the current conditions?
Mayor and Commissioners, if we didn't add the edits.
Yeah.
I believe so. Again, we can fall back right onto the complete streets policy of what pieces and parts of the complete street policy need to be installed at the time of design.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No, we're about to open it for public comments right now.
Perhaps,
Okay,
Ms.
just take notice of those commissioners that are wasting your time. Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Just
Ms.
joking.
Doctor, so it looks like the edit in question is in a document that is from a Garlington Lone Robinson. And it's edit number 16. Is it appropriate to ask the developer
Yeah.
what's up with that?
Mayor, Commissioner Logan, yes, it is.
If we get some insight from them, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Alan McCormick. I'm the author of that letter. I'm an attorney with Garlington, Lana Robinson and Missoula and represent Sussex Development. The reason we proposed some of these conditions, which I believe we provided we provided them on April 6th, was for clarity purposes. And that change to number 16th was to ensure compliance with the law. These conditions of approval are what are considered adjudicative exactions. They're basically, in most instances, they are a condition for an offsite improvement. And there are certain basic tenets that you must uphold when making sure that a condition is legal. The first one is a rational nexus. There has to be a nexus between the condition and the impact you're trying to address. And we didn't have any concerns that these conditions had a rational nexus. Obviously, when you're talking about generating additional stormwater, you can have a condition about what to do with generating additional stormwater. So there's a rational nexus there. The next component of any exaction has to be a rough proportionality to the impact that's being created. And so if you're at 74%, your city code requires that when you hit 75%, it has to be upgraded. What if it's one house? The law says you cannot put the burden of doing the entire upgrade on one house. And so it has to be roughly proportional. So we suggested language that would ensure you're not adopting a condition that fails to meet that tenet. You cannot require a developer to fix problems that exist. It can only be in rough proportionality to the impact that's being created. So that was the nature of this edit, was to simply make sure that there was no misunderstanding that it was outside of that rough proportionality. And what the edit does, it says if this triggers, and the calculations have not shown that they are going to trigger, but if they trigger an upgrade based on that 75%, the developer has an obligation to pay the rough proportionate share of doing that upgrade. So that ensures compliance with the basic tenets for adjudicative exactions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You bet. Madam Clerk, is Commissioner Reed on?
Commissioner Reed hasn't entered the online meeting quite yet.
Okay. At this time, we will entertain public comments on this topic, and we want to do it in an orderly manner. So I'll ask that we just stand in line for proponents. We'll start with proponents, and we can stand in line and just continue to do that. And then we go for opponents and at this time it's proponents. Yes.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Soren Koford, and I believe that a little bit of perspective from me is valid because I have 4 distinct approaches to this development. The first being that I'm a Helena native. I grew up on the west side and I'm quite proud of that fact, actually. I love it over there. And it warms my heart to think that future generations of children and families will be growing up over there as well. The second perspective I bring is that of a licensed architect in the state of Montana. I deal a fair amount with developers all around the state, and they are largely from out of state. One in particular in Bozeman right now is headquarters on the 26th floor of a high rise in New York City on Madison Avenue. So it makes me very happy that this is a local company proposing this. Third perspective is that I used to work for Sussex Construction. I have a unique perspective with them in that I've seen them work. I've seen them develop and think about all of this. And they approach it from a very strong design basis, as well as a community oriented basis. And it is always to the benefit of the communities that they bring these development projects to. The fourth is it's back to being raising my own family here. I love Mount Helena. I actually am over on Mount Ascension now, which I never climbed before. But now that I have my family here, I like the idea of Helena growing. And I think something like this is absolutely perfect for this community. So I thank you for your consideration and for your support.
Thank you.
Dave Carlson at 535 Sussex Court. The last time I did this, I just winged it. So this time I thought I would write some things down for you. We'll see if that's any better. So, I think like so many causes that those of us aren't supportive are not as organized as the people in the opposition. So as you can see, oh, look, there's somebody else in line, but there's not a huge line of people on this side, but there probably will be in a minute. Even though there's probably at least as many or more that would like to see this kind of subdivision added to the west side, we just assumed that it would move forward. I'm just kind of including other people, really. I assumed that it would move forward with whatever changes the city deemed necessary based upon its review and research. But when the first submission failed, I realized that, I had to actually get off the couch and, send emails to you all. Mayor Collins, you very nicely said you should actually send them to the commissioners. That was very polite of you. Anyway, so here's my general thing. I've lived on the west side for over 25 years, and the house is just a few blocks apart. I used to be on Stewart Street, and I moved a few blocks over to the subdivision that was talked about previously, also put together by the Sussex guys, that has 2 cul-de-sacs that is adjacent to this proposed subdivision. The cul-de-sacs keep coming up over and over, and in my opinion, they're really a positive feature of a neighborhood, not a negative feature. I raised my kids in this neighborhood generally. My kids went to Kessler, they went to Sierra Anderson, et cetera. And I would have loved to have had a cul-de-sac at that time when the kids were smaller. Where, Stewart was actually, pretty good. A lot of people gathered there because it was the flat street in our little subdivision where we were then. This make for a much friendlier area for the kids to play. They're actually a place for the grownups to gather. We kind of all moved in on Stewart at the same time. So we had all our kids about the same size, and when the parents would actually sit on the sidewalk. That was not me.
Yeah, but that's for you.
Oh, I need to stop talking? Yes.
There's a timer here for,
I didn't know there was a timer.
We'll encourage you to wrap up. That's all.
Okay, wrapping up. Okay, so I like cul-de-sacs. We used to have block parties an hour before COVID. It was super great. And then the block links keep coming up, but I think that's been addressed with the, the pedestrian access in the middle. I've been really appreciative watching this whole process and seeing all the things SHW, I think, has brought up a lot of good things. The developers tried to address those. They're basically upgrading everything from Granite West. That's fabulous. I would love to have that happen in the neighborhood. And also, I just think that closing, I would like to, say that I think the West Side Woods would be a great addition to Helena and the West Side. It puts the trails in, Ron wants to put artwork on the trails. I think it'd be terrific. I think it'd be a great place. Besides providing housing units, I think it'd provide attractive aesthetic improvement to the West Side. How I'm leaving.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, you guys, Mayor, Commissioner.
Hello, Mayor Commissioners. My name is Emily McVeigh. I'm the Executive Director of the United Way of the Lewis and Clark area, and I'm a 23-year resident of the Helena West Side. I am a proponent, as you all know, for additional housing in Helena in a variety of ways. We were part of the team that built the Tri-County Needs Assessment. From 2017 to 22, we anticipated an increase of about 550 people per year in the Lewis and Clark County. What we actually saw was about 750 people, but in 2019, we saw 1,500 people. That was a big increase from what we anticipated. What we anticipated in housing building was far under what we saw in housing building was under what we anticipated, being under 2% in some areas in our counties. The vacancy rate before COVID was under 2% in our counties and went to 0.6% in 2021. We do not have available housing for the people that live here, especially for the increased population. In 2018, the biggest issue found in the Tri-County Needs Assessment was the cost of housing and the lack of availability in housing. And employers saw that the applicants that they had coming to seek employment were not staying because they could not find places to live. That has only become an increased issue, including Carroll College, St. Peter's Hospital, the government, everywhere. We're seeing it as a problem. The bottom line is we need more housing in our community, and we have to support local businesses if we can to build those housing options. If we can build it in the city and support the city systems and the tax base, we should do that as well. We can do that by working together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Madam Clerk, I see we have some people online wanting to voice their opinions, so.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to address the written comments or the raised hands first?
Both.
All right. Carrie Wolf.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Carrie Wolf. Tonight, I'm speaking specifically as someone who has experienced the housing crisis, both first and secondhand, and someone who has actually lived near the proposed neighborhood as well. I'm a Helena native. I was born and raised here. After I graduated from high school, I left the city and even the state and was gone for nearly 25 years. I visited friends and family often, but I was thrilled to return for good 5 years ago to my lovely hometown. When I returned, the availability of housing was pretty low. This was in 2018. We stayed with family until we could find some adequate rental housing. But we wanted something that would have a little bit more acreage than other current developments that were out there could offer. And so we decided to wait. Then COVID hit and Helena and much of Montana, probably all of Montana, experienced a full-on housing crisis. Many friends and even siblings of mine have returned since then, and all have struggled to find adequate housing when they have arrived as well. My background happens to be in finance, and I am a business owner here in town. Over the last few years, I've been a part of numerous conversations with area business owners, including those in the healthcare industry, who have not been able to bring in experienced workers due to the housing crisis. Expansion of current businesses and the possibility of bringing new businesses to this area is truly suffering. We need more housing. When I first arrived back in Helena, I spent a year on the west side with children attending Kessler School in particular. Having my kids walk that short 6 blocks to school meant no sidewalks on 4 of those 6 for them to walk on. And dropping them off usually meant dropping them off on granite, which was always busy. So I can truly understand and empathize with those opponents who live near Kessler School. The lack of sidewalks, curbs, and other safety measures around that school is concerning.
Ma'am, would you wrap up, please?
You betcha. As someone who's lived in a very large urban area where development ran rampant, this plan is really carefully thought out. It respects the land. It protects and preserves the area surrounding the neighborhood. As I mentioned, the lack of safety measures around the school are very concerning, but what has been proposed is very well thought out. It's comprehensive. As someone who's fully experienced that area, I can say
Thank you,
without
ma'am.
hesitation that they'll help to alleviate that current situation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next with their hand raised, I have Derek Hedelin, and for the record, Commissioner Reed is logging into the online meeting now.
Thank you. You have the floor, Derek.
Mr. Hedelin, could you unmute yourself?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity to comment. As I said, my name is Derek Hedelin. I'm born and raised in the Helena, Montana, and I'm the owner and president of an electrical contracting company. I'm a strong proponent for West Side Woods subdivision. It's probably not an understatement to say there's a housing crisis happening across the state and country. Many of the people affected by the crisis are the most vulnerable among us: seniors, the disabled, low-income families with children, and veterans. But increasingly, middle-income families are feeling squeezed. Studies from HUD and other sources indicate that more and more families are struggling to pay their mortgages or rent payments. Costs for housing, transportation, medicine, groceries, and education keep increasing. This is a time when housing should be a front burner issue. We seem to be falling farther behind. This is not a reality that any of us should be comfortable with. In fact, it should force us to ask the questions about our values and priorities in Helena. There are numerous factors that contribute to this crisis: aging housing stock, rising rents, low vacancy rates, ridiculous local zoning requirements, high unemployment in areas of poverty. The list goes on and on. We know the crisis spans across Montana and the United States. Both urban and rural areas are suffering from a lack of affordable housing. Meanwhile, producing and preserving these homes has become nearly impossible with costs. Without a major influx in new affordable housing, we won't begin to make a dent in our state affordable housing crisis. Of course, addressing this challenge isn't just about the productions of new homes, but also preserving our existing stock that would otherwise fall into disrepair or no longer remain affordable. As a board member of the Helena Building Industry Association and a Helena resident, I hope that this commission votes yes for this proposed subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next with their hand raised online, I have Adrian Cotton.
You have the floor, Adrian.
Hi, my name is Brent Cotton. I'm the president of the Helena Building Industry Association, and I own Cotton Construction here in Helena. I've spent many hours considering this project and can't find any legitimate reason for refusing the development. Helena is in a housing crisis, and these folks are willing to work with the communities on solutions. You should vote yes to approve this.
Thank you. Any others?
Mr. Mayor, I do have one written comment I'd read into the record.
Please.
By Todd Rickman. Hello, I am a proponent for this housing development. My name is Todd Rickman, and I am a recruitment specialist here in Helena. I help companies recruit qualified applicants into their organizations in all different fields: healthcare, construction, education, state and local agencies, and private enterprises. One of the common themes I've heard time and time again: once a candidate has been identified, it has been very tough. It has been tough bringing them into the community, as housing is tough to obtain. In some cases, candidates have rejected their job offer due to the lack of affordable housing in Helena. It is important to point out that the growth wave is happening. If we do not get ahead of the housing and incorporate thoughtful and progressive development, Helena will be further behind the curve than we already are.
Thank you. Do we have any others?
Mr. Mayor, at this time, I have no other public comment online.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have opponents.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Susan Newell, and I live at 2570 Mayrowan Court. It's a short dead end cul-de-sac street, half a block west at the top of Granite Avenue. I'm retired and I have lived in Helena for 49 years. I'm concerned that we live in what's commonly called the wildland urban interface. Someday there could be a firestorm coming over the hill from the west or the south toward our home, as well as all the new homes in the proposed Westside Woods subdivision. In that event, there need to be adequate streets for a quick evacuation by residents of the neighborhood, as well as for a rapid response by the Helena Fire Department and other responding firefighters. Consider how over 170 new dwellings would add to the congestion on the streets. However, LeGrand Cannon Boulevard should never, ever be under consideration to be rebuilt as a street for that purpose. It is one of the crown jewels of Helena, used by people throughout Helena, not just those living in the West Side neighborhood, and it needs permanent protection as a public trail. It is used 12 months of the year by walkers of all ages, parents pushing strollers, preschoolers learning to ride strider bikes, cyclists, dog walkers, joggers, cross-country skiers, people recovering from medical problems such as heart surgeries, as well as people with mobility issues like using canes, etc. And I was one of those people when I recovered from a total knee replacement and had a nice flat place to walk. Healthy outdoor recreation is so important to all of us. A second exit to the west from the neighborhood is important. However, it's very steep from LeGrand Cannon over the edge to down the hill to West Side Woods, and I have not seen anything about what kind of steep and possibly eroding road would have to be constructed between the two to get from the neighborhood of West Side Woods up to LeGrand and out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Forrest Zimmerman, 2615 Knight Street. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. No state law or city ordinance allows for consideration of market conditions in the housing industry for consideration of approval or denial of a subdivision. The positive comments we've heard about needing housing are sympathized by all, but are not above public health and safety, which is a required consideration when approving or denying a subdivision. To that end, we would like to bring to your attention several things that you weren't told during the presentation. One, the deficiencies in the traffic studies presented have consistently had flaws. You were told that it was even independently reviewed by a company the city staff solicited for that purpose. What you weren't told was that highlighted several deficiencies. Same with the previous one done by the professional group in Bozeman that Save Helena West Side commissioned. So when you're making decisions based on the traffic study for safety, and that's a flawed traffic study, you have a reason to question, is that a realistic expectation? The recommended condition number 6, I believe it was, states Granite Street from Highway 12 to Hauser will be built to major collector standards. Read that carefully. It does not say it will be a complete street. In fact, that right away, it's currently not built as a major collector, and it cannot be built as a major collector, and it cannot adequately handle multimodal commuter traffic of all types where we most need it, in front of a school. So there's many other reasons. I don't believe the characterization of the West Side exhibit was accurate, and that'll be addressed further. So I'll invite you to stand with the HCC District 1 members, the Planning Board, the Zoning Board, and say, consider the western access prior to approval of this subdivision so that it can be approved in the future safely for all. Thank you. And I have to be brief. I've mentioned some technical issues. I would love to entertain any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Eloise Kendi, and I'm a resident of the West Side. And I'm not a proponent or an opponent because I didn't get enough information. I came here because I'm concerned about the future of LeGrand Cannon, and I didn't get a clear picture of what that future would be. LeGrand Cannon, as has already been mentioned, is a exceptional recreational resource in Helena. It's the only flat place to walk for people who are older or out of shape for one reason or another, and has off leash. You can have your dog off leash, and that's really critical. And I would like to know whether that will be maintained, and I would advocate to maintain it if you do approve of the subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Kim Wilson. I'm here tonight representing Save Helena West Side. At the outset, I want to disclose that while I'm on the city's zoning commission, I did not participate in the decision on the zoning matter last year. First, I want to address the public participation requirements that you're obligated to follow. The law guarantees that citizens have a right to reasonable participation and that participation must be meaningful. I would suggest that for a proposal such as this with a 1,200-page record and numerous issues, 2 minutes per person does not provide the public with an opportunity for meaningful input, especially in light of the additional information, new information that we've seen tonight. That said, we sent a detailed comment letter earlier last week rather, with our legal concerns, and members of Save Helena's West Side will be addressing those in turn. I'd like to address a couple of the legal issues up front. Last year, you members of the commission denied the variances for this project for virtually the same proposal. Now the city staff is advocating the use of exceptions to allow this thing to go forward. The developer, though, has the burden of showing that those exceptions are necessary. Whether they're called exceptions or variances, exceptions should not swallow the rules, especially where the exceptions sought are based on the developer's desire, not on topographic or other limitations. Here, there are 8 exceptions being sought. The developer's request is not based on any uniqueness of the topography. After all, Helena is a hilly city, and this is just another hilly spot in Helena. Rather, that is based on their preferred design. Finally, while it is not the opponent's burden to show that alternatives exist, we have done just that with the report submitted by our engineering consultant. An exit to the west is feasible. It would make this a safer development, and it is supported by dozens of neighbors, and it better complies with the law and meets the statutes and ordinances. With that, I would urge that you vote to deny this subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Commission, my name is Greg Duncan. I'm an attorney here in Helena, and I represent Carol and Bob Kohler. I do have a handout I would like to give you if I could do that.
Would you pass it on to the clerk, please?
I did email this to all of you, so maybe you've seen it, but the issue that we have is Mr. Kohler owns lot 1 in Overlook subdivision. And that lot has been broken into 5 different lots. Between lot 1A and lot 1D, a surveyor for some reason drew in an easement, a drainage easement, when the Kohlers entered into an agreement with the city to consolidate some easements and give the city some other easements. Well, the easement that was granted the city is, if you will look at the handout that was just given to you, I've numbered those pages, but if you'd look at page 6, there's a hatched area, and that's the easement that the city has. And there's no dispute about that. But if you'll look between lots 1A and 1D, you'll see the little line drawn in there that kind of almost straddles the lot line. The developer has proposed to use that easement, which is not an easement, as a way to drain off 100-year stormwater. And it's our contention there's not an easement there. I've attached some of the case law for your benefit. I have actually spoken to Ms. Doctor in the city. I think we're kind of in agreement on that. I have talked to the engineers, and I'm not real sure where we're at. I think we might have an agreement, but we wanted to bring that to your attention, that there is not an easement there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I'm Penny Herbert at 713 Joslin Street. My husband and I have lived on the west side since 1987. That's 36 years. Our children attended Kessler Elementary, and now our grandchildren do. In 36 years, we've seen many changes in our neighborhood. We are not opposed to development, but we do, however, oppose this particular development until some important issues are addressed. Two stand out for me. First is the sidewalks. I feel that the sidewalk project needs to be completed up Granite Street in phase 1, not postponed until phase 4. Secondly, I feel there's a critical need for additional access to Highway 12 to take automobile traffic away from the already congested areas on Granite Street and Hauser Boulevard. There are currently more than 100 undeveloped lots on the Hauser and Granite corridor that will be developed in the future. Hauser and Granite Streets are going to become more and more busy from that infill. There needs to be another way in and out of this proposed subdivision. We concur with the statements made by the Save Helena West Side group and their proposed alternate access. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Lou Dreesen. I live at 2600 Hauser. So I am directly across from the subdivision, that last block of dirt road. I am here mainly to describe some of the impacts of developing Hauser in that particular block. It is and I want to ask for a deviation from the standard of centering that road and also a variance to allow curbside sidewalks instead of boulevard. The reason I'm asking that is we're in a county, and when it was built out there, our homes were placed right next to the lot line. In fact, my neighbor is on the lot line. So he walks out his front door and he is in the street right of way, the 80 street right of way. I am crosswise, so my garage is there. And so I guess I'm recognizing that we got a agreement with the county providing us to encroach upon that space about 20 feet. The road is platted at 80 feet. The current road that they're proposing is 60 feet to 62. I'm not sure what they decided. So that 20 feet that they granted us in that encroachment, we built a shed. We have 16 elm trees that provide a hedge. We have 5 other huge trees. I have a 20 by 60 foot flower garden that's fabulous, and all in that encroachment area. So I'm asking that when they built out that road, that they butt that road up against the west side of where I think it's platted already, is where you've platted that. Otherwise, my shed's going to come down. I'm going to lose all those trees in my garden. And I just really rather not do that. I'm also shifting that road will give us that 18 feet. The curbside will give us another 7 feet, and I'll be able to, I guess, there'll be a lot less impact on my home and my yard by doing that. So I thank you for listening to me, and I hope you do that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Sarah Perry. I reside at 2636 Woodward Avenue, and I'm speaking to you today as the president of Save Helena West Side, a community group formed by hundreds of city and county residents who will be impacted by the proposed subdivision. I'm here as a voice for both Save Helena West Side and the 672 community members who signed a petition we sent you last week, voicing grave concerns about the safety impacts that have still not been addressed by this subdivision proposal. When this subdivision proposal came before you last year in January, Save Helena West Side was allowed to present a PowerPoint, and in it we painted a picture of the fire safety concerns associated with the long dead-end streets and lack of access. Since that meeting, we obtained fire models from the U.S. Forest Service, which were included in your packets. These models further establish just how likely it is that the entire West Side neighborhood, not just this subdivision, could be required to evacuate very quickly. In fact, the model said in less than an hour under typical fire season conditions. The Mount Helena fire just a few months ago also highlights that threat to our community. If you conditionally approve this subdivision as platted with 8 exceptions, you are approving the potential for well over 100 housing units down a single dead-end street in the wildland urban interface. Even though the preliminary plat only shows 32 duplexes in the R3 multifamily lot at the end of Flowery Court, the zoning that is proposed would legally allow much more than that. And once this subdivision is approved, anything allowable in the zoning could be legally built. So Livesey Court suffers a similar situation. Approving the dead end exceptions for this subdivision is approving the potential for over 100 housing units down 2 separate dead end streets. That would set a very dangerous precedent for future development in Helena. A recent letter sent from the director of St. Peter's Ambulance to Director Brink, and I just provided you with a copy of that, specifically references that the ambulance department would prefer to see dead-end streets, especially with multi-family dwellings, to be connected roadways for expedient emergency response, and they would also prefer to see a secondary access. When this commission recently denied the demolition of a historic building for new housing, Commissioner Reed stated that the need for housing was not lost on her, but that she wasn't convinced it was possible she wasn't convinced that it was not possible for the building to be saved, right? Do you all remember that? She said,
please wrap up.
With that same logic, the need for housing isn't lost on any of us here tonight. But the feasibility study we emailed to you and you'll hear more about should make it clear that it is possible to build this subdivision in a safer manner with additional connectivity and surrounding area without the proposed subdivision or without the proposed dead end streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
My name is Scott Failer. I'm a civil engineer with Evanson Engineering. I was hired by the Save Helena West Side Group to perform a feasibility study to determine if it was possible to construct a roadway to provide access on the west side of the development. They asked me to evaluate a route which would pass through the south end of the property owned by American Storage West, which is shown here. And connect to the development's internal road network. The scope of our services only include feasibility from a geometric standpoint. It was determined that the described corridor is feasible, but that conclusion is subject to structural and geotechnical evaluations for retaining walls on the sides of the roads. The storage unit facility is located outside of the city limits, so the corridor through the property is subject to county design standards. The only county variance which I believe would be required for this corridor would be the spacing between its intersection with Park Lane. This spacing right here. Its intersection with Park Lane and the realigned access to the storage unit facility. 40-foot spacing is required and it looks like there's slightly less than 30 available. The rest of the information included on the first page of the study that was provided is an outline of the assumptions upon which the study is based. After completing the described feasibility analysis, Save Helena Westside asked if I could look at potential options for connecting this west access to the proposed road at the south end of development known as Brakeman Boulevard. I worked through a preliminary design for that analysis and determined that a connection could be made, but it would require adjustments to the existing road alignments and profiles. So based on these preliminary evaluations, it does look geometrically feasible to provide an access to the west side of the development, which could connect the internal road network. The Save Helena West Side group asked me how critical these changes would be prior to preliminary plat. And I told them that I haven't been through the subdivision process here in Helena, but I have throughout the state of Montana. And it's been my experience that these road alignment changes would need to be made, prior to issuing preliminary plat. And I know that that was brought up earlier tonight. And adding a road like that later in the process would be difficult if it wasn't planned for as far as elevations go. So, and I know that we originally provided.
Please wrap up, sir.
Yep. We originally provided a study and there were some comments about not meeting specific grade requirements. And that study was based on those intersection locations changing. That study was revised, and I believe that it's been provided to you, but may have just made it to you recently or maybe even today. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners and staff. My name is Ed Santos and I reside in Helena. Have you noticed the contrast between the Mountain View Meadows subdivision? Their latest request has 3 phases with 1 exception that you all voted for. Not a single protest or concern. This is how a subdivision should be built. In stark contrast is the Westside Woods subdivision, where you have exceptions for long block lengths and or dead end streets on every street in the subdivision. Exceptions weaken the rule. And with every street having an exception, there's good reason why you have such overwhelming protests on this subdivision as it's currently proposed. Furthermore, exceptions to the roads are self-imposed, meaning that Sussex purposely designed the subdivision to have long block lengths and dead end streets. They could have just as easily designed it a different way. Alternatives exist, as you just saw, to eliminate 2 dead end streets and 1 long block length, as well as building a western access road. Your vote on this subdivision should be based on the following rules and safety of the community, because you represent the people of the city. Voting down this current version of the Westside Woods subdivision does not mean you're against housing or growth or business. Delaying the Westside Woods for another year is insignificant compared to the 15 or 20 years it will take to get this fully built out. And once you're done, you can't undo it. A no vote will only briefly delay the Westside Woods subdivision and will ensure the next Westside Woods iteration will be built to adequate standards with the safety of our children and citizens at the forefront, and will demonstrate real leadership on your part. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi,
Hello.
my name's Nancy Roth. I live at 440 Monroe. I came to talk that why can't Sussex build to existing code and approvals? Why do they need exceptions and variances? I live on the corner of Holter and Monroe. In 1997, LeGrand Canyon was closed for safety reasons of the children at Hawthorne Elementary. Their proposal to open LeGrand really goes against the core values of the city of Helena to have outdoor recreation space. Also, Holter is a very narrow street that only 1 car can pass because cars are parked on either side. So on many levels, it's a terrible proposal, and they're last minute today to come in with an 11th hour proposal to make an emergency access on LeGrand, I think just further reflects the lack of integrity of Sussex construction. They have no respect for the community, for our values. So I wanted to come tonight and voice my concerns and ask you to please vote no and to require a west exit from their community. Their presumption that everyone's going to leave the track and go left and go down Granite is not necessarily correct. And that's my statements. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and
Good evening.
Commissioners. My name is Pete Larson. I live at the 2600 block of Woodward Avenue. I had 3 quick comments I wanted to make. The first is I was looking at your governing principles here, and I think it's the 5th one down. It says, we share information, ideas, ask questions. As the woman just pointed out before, we just learned tonight, the public, and it sounds like the commission and the mayor and some of the city staff just found out recently about a last minute condition. And it's a major one that's gotten a lot of media attention. So I don't know how you can vote yes or no on an issue when we haven't even had a chance to even look at this new condition that's been added to the record. Second, in my professional life, I look at risk to infrastructure from natural hazards. I'm not here to speak about that. I can speak a lot about the economic impacts and health and safety impacts of natural disasters. Just looking at that map, having a bunch of dead end streets and a wild and urban interface. You don't have to be an expert to realize this is a disaster waiting to happen. I'm really here to speak about the issue that affects me most. I'm a dad, I have 2 kids. One attends Kessler, one will be attending Kessler. We drive them to school because there are no sidewalks all the way down Granite, even connecting an existing Sussex subdivision. The woman earlier made a statement saying that phase 1, 2, 3, 4, there were going to be sidewalks on Granite. That's not true. Not in any of these phases are there going to be sidewalks on Granite. All the way up, there's 2 to 3 blocks all the way up to Woodward where there won't be sidewalks. So please consider that as an additional condition. Thank you for taking my time.
Thank you, sir.
Evening,
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. We really appreciate your time, this great big project. My name is Andrea Allen, and I've lived in Helena for 18 years. I currently live on Flowery Street. The safety of the surrounding residents is at great risk if Westside Woods is allowed to continue as planned. The off-site road improvements cannot mitigate the huge increase in traffic that will result from this subdivision. Neighborhoods with dead-end roads would pose a significant hazard if an evacuation were needed, or in the event of emergency responders trying to get to a time-sensitive illness or injury. Along with these concerns, I have personal experience building a home with Sussex Construction. We had a house built by them in 2007, 2008. We experienced many issues with settling. That led to the sinking of our parking pad 4 inches within the first year of living there. Our porch sank, our retaining walls failed. We had to shoulder the costs of all those repairs ourselves. I have grave concerns regarding the quality of the infrastructure planned by this developer. If we have this many issues with one home, I don't trust the developer to be true to his word with this subdivision. If the developer truly wants to be community-minded, he would not try to bully his way into building a subdivision that would harm its residents. The Westside citizens are doing their part to improve the lives and lives of future generations and participate fully in the process of governing themselves, which is exactly what our city charter states as its purpose. You each took an oath to support, protect, and defend the charter of the City of Helena. Please listen to our voices as we are asking for a better plan. Please deny the annexation and preliminary plat for Westside Woods.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello,
Hello.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Abigail McLean. I live at 2024 Flowery, right off of Silverette. I am also a member of the Kessler Parent Partnership. I wanted to talk about, that's been implied a few times that the school district is willing to consider and would consider moving their drop-off location. I have been at a number of meetings with the Kessler Parent Partnership, and I participated in the MTAC walk audit. When directly asking the facilities manager if that was an option, they said no. And I don't think it's fair that the school district get this problem of safety in their laps. There are safety concerns for our children right now around Kessler. My kids walk. They told me just last week, well, 2 weeks ago, they had to pull a friend out of the way of a car that went through an intersection and nearly hit one of them. So we all know their safety concerns. Adding all of these houses is not going to reduce them. And many of that traffic is going to go through Granite, through the school drop-off zone. So far, school administration has not said that there are other options. They've tried them all. That's the best bet. So instead of trying to just build something now that's okay, we should really look to the future and try to build for that future. I'm not opposed to this subdivision. I think it's a great spot, but let's do it the right way. Let's provide safe routes for schools, and let's make sure that we build for the future traffic now and not later. I know a few folks have mentioned it, but I was really struck by the fact that it's not till phase 4 that we have sidewalks up Granite. A kindergartner who starts at Kessler when this development starts will not see those sidewalks. They will be at CR and beyond before they have access. So there's generations of kids walking through a traffic hazard in a construction zone without a sidewalk. Let's put them in first. Let's make sure our kids have safe routes to schools. That's in the city commission strategic goal. Let's just do that. That's a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Collins and commissioners, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Jim Lund and I reside at 2610 Knight Street. It is not hard to find examples of how our lives are blessed in the Helena community because of those that have gone before us. I'm grateful for your service to our community and in thinking about the preparations for the future. I have followed the Westside Woods proposal and I am here to request that you do not approve the subdivision as proposed with the exceptions tonight. In addition, this subdivision has many long dead-end streets, as has been discussed. In addition, 2 of those dead-end streets have large lots that are designated for multi-unit housing. Those lots will require additional private driveway access, further lengthening the dead-end access. Those long dead-end streets reduce connectivity and increase risk in emergency. I wanted to reference a couple of the points made by Mr. Davis from Sussex. One thing he said, he made an analogy that the subdivision would be an island. And I recognize this is not the context that he made that statement, but that is my concern, that this subdivision is an island. There's only access to the east. There's not access to the south, to the north, or to the west. I applaud Sussex for looking at emergency access, but I would also note that an emergency road from the new subdivision to La Grande would be going towards the mountains, the most likely location of a fire. Mayor Collins and commissioners, please do not approve the subdivision with the current requested exceptions. Better connectivity and egress are possible. The gentleman from Sussex also mentioned Overlook subdivision. I would like to note that it has no dead-end streets. There's a connectivity of a U street as well as access both from the south and to the east. Thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, commissioners, thank you for your time tonight. Shout out to Ms. Claiborne as well for the technology. She's doing a great job. I was listening from outside. My name is Corey Chenoweth. I live at 2630 Knight Street. I lived on the west side of Helena for 33 years. But I think I got somebody beat because my mom grew up on the west side of Helena as well. It's a beautiful evening tonight. I don't want to be here. I'd rather be out getting my son ready for baseball tryouts. But it's important to me to be here. It's very important to me to be here. Because I feel like this jeopardizes the safety of my kids and my neighbors in our neighborhood. So first, let me say, in a vacuum, I agree with all of the supporters and the developer and all of that. I agree wholeheartedly that Helena needs more housing, but that's in a vacuum. There are a number of extenuating circumstances that cause me concern for safety of myself, my family, and my neighbors, as the existing infrastructure cannot support this major subdivision. So I'm concerned about our kids who walk to Kessler, St. Andrews, C.R. Anderson, kids who catch the bus. Current infrastructure is atrocious. It's unsafe. I just want to reiterate that what Abigail said is that sidewalks should be part of the first phase before anything else. Those sidewalks to Kessler should be part of that first phase. Second, if you take a look at that phased map, those first 2 phases on the south, the quickest way to Highway 12, the most efficient way to Highway 12 is through Knight Street. Knight Street is a very narrow, bending road. I'll stand in my front yard and I can see cars come and go in the speed limit. You can hear their tires straining. You can see their shocks engaging. That's a scary thing when my kids are playing in the front yard. And I'll wrap up here. And then the last thing I would like to say is those dead end streets and the private roads which are connected to them. So none of them are longer than that 600 feet. But if you add the private road that are connected to those dead ends, I would bet probably that does equal over 600 feet. So you have a dead end attached to another dead end. And those variances or exceptions or whatever we're calling them now, I would urge you to vote against those. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good
My name is Rick Sherwood. My wife Joanne and I live at 524 Sussex Court, which is in a development previously built by the developer that is pursuing Westside Woods. When we moved there, a large incentive was the trail system. We're directly below La Grande Canyon. And I've heard the developer tout its commitment to the trail system over at Westside Woods. However, it must be recognized that the main part of the trail system over there is La Grande Canyon. And it's used by a huge number of people walking, taking their dogs, riding their bicycles and so forth. It connects the other trails there. The proposal, which was really given rather late in this process, is that La Grande Canyon be hooked to a road network in this large new subdivision. That will destroy La Grande Canyon for the purposes that the citizens of Helena use it now. It will mean that there's no barrier to anybody from the subdivision or anywhere else going directly into the middle of what is now the closed portion of La Grande Canyon. This idea, if it's going to be passed by the commission, should be presented to the public for comment. And that idea alone, that the current use of the Grand Canyon and the easement, the walking easement for Grand Canyon be changed, I submit is requiring a large amount of public comment by itself. And the comments would be quite contrary to that idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Colleen Nichols, and my family has resided at 913 Granite, which is directly south of Kessler School. In fact, all that separates my house from Kessler School is 4 vacant lots, which are on a daily basis used as a parking area for Kessler parents because there's no place else for them to park. And that's been fine. Our message since the beginning of this process has been, we have one chance to do this right and make Westside Woods a place we can all be proud of. And we need to do that. Of particular concern to my family is the volume of construction traffic that a subdivision of this density will create. To allow construction traffic to rumble up and down in front of a school is irresponsible and dangerous. Our kids deserve better than that. They don't need to be on their playground getting smoke and fumes from traffic that is idling on the street trying to get out. When the subdivision application was submitted last year, city staff recommended and Sussex Construction agreed to construct sidewalks from Knight Street south to Flowery. However, in this year's version, city staff recommendations were for sidewalks only from Knight to Hauser, with the additional sidewalks delayed till phase 4. This doesn't make sense since Brakeman Avenue will be constructed as a gravel access road, and no doubt substantial construction traffic will use granite as access to the subdivision south of Hauser. Save Helena West Side has submitted a feasibility study, which you have heard about. One of the major benefits to this additional access would be diverting some of the construction traffic away from school routes. Sussex Construction often says they truly care about Helena and our neighborhood. If that is true, they should do everything necessary to alleviate all the impacts to the health and safety. No doubt a west side access will increase the developer's costs, but minimizing adverse impacts should be worth it. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My
Good
name is
evening.
Terry McLaurin, and I live on the corner of Hauser and Granite. I would like to share with you part of a letter written by another resident of Helena's West Side, Eve Byron. Unfortunately, she couldn't be at the meeting tonight. So I'm quoting what she wrote. The Marshall Fire 3 years ago in suburban Colorado killed 2 people and incinerated more than 1,000 homes in less than 24 hours. Listen to some of the comments from the Marshall Fire's Lessons Learned report, but keep Helena and this subdivision in mind. In a cul-de-sac, the big structure engines couldn't access the area. Densely spaced houses started exploding into flames. Meanwhile, the fire chief was telling the engines to prep for retreat as a house became engulfed at the end of a cul-de-sac. The route out of the neighborhood was closing as the fire spread from structure to structure in what had become an urban conflagration. 2 engines drove through the flame front. The last engine stalled out. Hot embers flying across the road had gotten sucked into the air filter and caught the engines on fire. They couldn't get the vehicles out because of the flames. Most of the multifamily units for the West Side Woods subdivision are at the end of cul-de-sacs. Imagine the previous situations with even more people trying to evacuate dead ends lined with RVs, cars, and boats while emergency vehicles are trying to enter. You must deny approval of this subdivision until the developer erases the cul-de-sacs and creates a complete east-west ingress, egress, and takes people down Mount Helena instead of up toward the probable fire pattern. Are you prepared to send firefighters, some of them volunteers, as well as ambulances and officers into this scenario? You as a city commission and mayor are charged with protecting public health and safety. This subdivision puts the West Side neighborhood at significant risk for loss of homes and lives. This area is adjacent to the city and is appropriate for a subdivision, but not this subdivision. We can and must do better. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioners, Mayor, my name is Anna Jane Pentecost. I live at 5140 Walden Loop. And I am actually reading a letter today that was sent in by St. Peter's Health. Dear Director Brink, I am writing as a director of St. Peter's Ambulance Services. The St. Peter's Health Ambulance supports efforts and initiative on needed structures to address the current and continuing housing shortfalls. In support of said efforts, we are compelled to take interest in the matter of public safety, especially in the context of emergency response and access. Given the project's occupancy of a single family and multifamily dwellings, we anticipate approximately 146 responses per year to the West Side Woods subdivision. Our plan for the provision for care employs best practice for emergency response in regard to public safety, responder safety, and route planning. The following circumstances are taken into account during the emergency response. Provide for the most direct and least complicated path. Avoid the residential areas. Avoidance of school zones. Minimize contact with motorists. Minimize contact with pedestrian traffic. Avoidance of uncontrolled intersections. Of note, the current traffic gridlock around the school zone during the peak commuter and school drop-off pickup times are substantial. Upon review of the subdivision details and in consideration for public safety, expedience emergency response, and access to patients who may exhibit a time-sensitive illness or injury, we would prefer connected roads rather than lengthy dead-end streets, especially where multifamily dwellings occur. We would prefer a second access that more directly dovetails into Highway 12, avoiding the existing school zones and deep penetration into the residential areas. We would prefer an area upgrade of sidewalks and subdivisions adjacent streets. Sincerely, Dave Webster, Director. I'd like to just note that I have been an emergency room nurse for 17 years here, and I've taken care of this community day in and day out. When I leave here, I'm going to go to my night shift. And I don't know if you guys understand the impact that has on this community when we have a pedestrian hit or child hit. It takes more than just that little spot. This is a big issue, and I wish that we would do better. And I really urge you guys to take a look at Flowery Court. It's too long and it's dangerous.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Anna Howell. I've been in Helena for 27 years. I've heard that it's said that West Side residents don't want more houses built in their backyards, but that's not true. If it were, they would not have spent thousands of their own dollars to seek out solutions, and they would not have worked to secure an agreement with a private landowner to grant the necessary easement for much needed additional access. If you've been listening tonight, you know that West Side residents aren't asking for West Side Woods to never be built. They are asking you to listen to the public and put safety first. They are asking you to be part of a cooperative solution. There is a way to honor both the hundreds of signatures on Sussex's petition that are asking for housing and to honor the hundreds of signatures on Save Helena West Side petition that are expressing safety concerns. If you require additional connectivity to the subdivision, deny the dead-end street exceptions, and require sidewalks up Granite as a condition for annexing in phase 1, you are allowing the subdivision to move forward in a safer manner and you are honoring both the plea for the housing and the plea for safety first. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Collins, commissioners, my name is Bruce Newell. I live in a Sussex house on Mayrowan Court, which is a cul-de-sac at the end of Granite Street. And I'd be a proponent of the proposal for West Side Woods, except for one thing, and that my concern has been doubled down tonight. I learned just tonight, surprised to learn, that Sussex is going to propose that we turn LeGrand Canyon into an emergency access. The Grand Canyon used to be about 4 miles long. It's now about 9/10 of a mile long in its original state as a promenade, a place for Helenans to take in the air, take in the views, and enjoy being here in what I think is the greatest city on the planet to live in. Turning LeGrand Canyon into some place that could be safely gone up and down and out on in an emergency would probably involve widening it, changing the surface of the street. It would change the nature of LeGrand Canyon from the historic promenade to another street. And I think that would be a horrible loss for Montana. Again, I would be urging you to, not urging, I would be happy if you pass this, save the fact that including LeGrand Canyon, putting the kind of the central trail of the west side of Mount Helena Park at risk is just wrong. And until that a better idea is come up with, I urge you to keep us happy walkers and runners and bikers and Labrador puppies able to move up and down LeGrand Canyon safely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, members of the commission, excuse me, my name is Rob Ferris Olson. I work with Kim Wilson at Morrison, Sherwood, Wilson, and Deola, and we represent Save Helena West Side. I wanted to address 3 quick things with you. First of all, the stormwater easement. Second of all, LeGrand, and last, this affordable housing concept that we've been hearing about all night. First, with respect to the stormwater easement, Mr. Duncan and Mr. Kohler represented to you tonight that there is no easement for stormwater running across Mr. Kohler's property. As such, this body cannot approve this preliminary plat. Pursuant to section 76-3608, section 8, this body may not approve a preliminary plat if it encroaches on someone's private property. That is exactly what this does at this moment. Had the easement issue been resolved before tonight, perhaps you could approve it, but since it hasn't, you cannot. Condition 15 does not, also talks about an easement, but because that easement again doesn't exist now, condition 15 can't trump state law. Second of all, with respect to LeGrand, you've heard most of the issues with it, but I also wanted to note that it's sometimes 10 feet wide. No fire trucks coming down that. It's got hairpin turns. Fire trucks not making that hairpin turn. And last, this is a north access, not south or west as the planning board requested. Meaning, as one previous speaker said, they're driving into the fire or they're winding their way through the mountains to evacuate. This doesn't solve the problem of the need for a western access. And sorry, there's one more thing with this. I think the new proposal for a condition to create an emergency access is new information that if this body is going to consider, there needs to be a separate hearing for it because it's considered new information under section 76-3615 Montana Code Annotated. Last, we've heard a lot about affordable housing, and I understand we need it. I've lived here for nearly 39 years. Helena has grown. We need more houses. But 2 things. Affordable housing is not a justification for dead-end streets or long block lengths. And second of all, if Sussex has passed tell us anything, these are not going to be affordable houses. The ones in the neighborhood are north of $500,000. The ones in Blue Heron or Heron Creek that I just looked up, new ones are selling for over 600,000. Vacant lots are selling for over 100,000. So this won't solve our affordable housing crisis. If anything, it just risks the safety of the neighborhood and Helena. And so I ask you at this point to reject this proposal. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Richard Josephson. I live at 2550 May Rowan Court. Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, this is about stewardship. Stewardship for the public well-being. Westside Woods is a classic example of doing a good thing the wrong way. The linchpin to doing it right is a western access. We all agree on that. It looks now to be viable. Do a good thing tonight. Postpone your vote. Initiate due diligence for a western access. The resulting work product will provide the missing basis for deciding whether to justify or rectify the troublesome Westside Woods plat. I'm retired from a career in the planning, design, and construction of residential communities, and I will gladly volunteer to assist in expediting the effort. Stewardship. Let's go for a Westside Woods that's done the right way. 2 quick footnotes. The first of which is that a small task force of the appropriate professionals can accomplish due diligence in short order. It does not have to drag out. And the second is that at the moment, the roadway is neither a public sector nor a private sector project. Let's see what it takes and then determine how to make it happen. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Louise. First, I live on Holter. School kids and safety and stewardship and streets are really the core of this, but I want to leave with just 2 little pieces that I think probably are part of stewardship. Back in over 25 years ago in 1997, I stood here doing this same thing over the barrier that is at the top of Holter at the beginning of, it was going to come down and then it wasn't going to come down. It was a long and drawn out and difficult discussion. And I was part of that discussion. So I have 2 pieces of notes from that I think are relevant right now. One is a little note, handwritten 25 years ago. Anna, a self-described 10-year-old nature lover, testified that night that LeGrand Boulevard is, quote, a road with no destination, unquote, where pedestrians can be worry-free. And I thought, what a wonderful vision. I wrote that down 25 years ago on my piece of paper here. But it seems a vision that maybe we needed to see through the eyes of a 10-year-old. And then this is a letter to the IR from Jean Baucus, the mother of our esteemed former senator. And this is just an excerpt from her letter. Her letter says, my concern, and this is from the IR, May 27th of 1997. My concern is that the very scenic and historic boulevard has been a recreation site for the past century. And as Helena grows, it will always be a popular place for hikers, joggers, bikers, families, people with strollers, wheelchairs, dog walkers. And we need to make sure it stays safe for those people. So Anna at 10 and Jean Baucus at however old she was then share my vision of what we need to do for LeGrand, separate from all those other safety issues that are really probably the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Einar Larsen, EINAR LARSEN. I want to say that I moved here 25 years ago. I live on Linden Street across from St. Andrews. We started walking on that trail not long after we moved into our house and have enjoyed it for 25 years. I really would hate to see anything happen to that trail. I'll do what I can to stop it. And I want you to take a good look at it. That's all. Just there's a lot of emotion from other people, myself too, but people are tied to this road and or path. And I'd like you to consider that in your decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Michael J. Griffith. I live at 31 Stony Brook Drive, Unit C, Clancy. Clancy's mailing address. You might be wondering why somebody from Jefferson County is appearing before you here tonight. I'm glad that we have the Open Meeting Act. Otherwise, I would have a difficult time being able to speak before you. I've lived in the Helena area since 1945, so I'm not necessarily a newcomer. I'm going to take you to those photographs. I bring a little different perspective here. I'm not coming in as a proponent nor an opponent. I want to be able to speak to you in general. It's because of my experience over the past 10 years of living at my residence in Stony Brook. The developer, Ms. Cantrell, mentioned Stony Brook as one of the developments currently under development by Sussex. The photograph, that picture, was taken about 2 months ago. And you will be able to see in there a roadway. That is a main road throughout Stony Brook. Stony Brook, incidentally, was, it goes back to 1998 when Jefferson County initially approved it for 72 units. And it's unique because it's a 55 plus community. The average age is, I'm going to guess, somewhere in the neighborhood of 75. I'm a couple of years older. But that photograph is showing you a lack of integrity, a sign of lack of integrity on the part of the developer that I have experienced for the past 10 years. 3.5 of the past 10 years have been in litigation brought by the developer against certain owners in our association who he was a conflict with. And not only did he go after those particular individuals, but he had to enhance it. And he sued the entire association. That's me. That's me and, again, this group of people about 55 who are 75 years and older. I applaud two groups of people here tonight. I applaud the commission. I also applaud the audience. I applaud the commission because you provide oversight.
Please wrap up, sir.
That is something that we do not have in Stony Brook, is oversight. We are at the mercy of the developer. And I'm going to just utter one definition in terms of the developer. And that's an individual with lack of integrity. And given that, I wish you well. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you tonight.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Hello, Mayor Collins, Commission. My
Hello.
name is Matt Johnson. I'm at 2690 Park Drive, so pretty much immediately adjacent to West Side Woods. Kind of new to the neighborhood, kind of walked in the middle of this, I guess I would say. It's taken a lot of time to get caught up. There's, like folks have mentioned, 1,100 pages. It's a lot to digest. I also would prefer to be at home with my 2 young kids and my wife. I'm not focusing a lot of time on this. I think when this next iteration came out, a lot of folks were shocked that there really weren't any changes. And that was probably just being naive, I guess, because I don't think the applicant is going to make any changes unless you require them to do so. So the issue with exceptions, not variances, the block lengths, the cul-de-sacs, it makes a lot of people nervous. There's a lot of people behind me that have stated that numerous times. Cul-de-sacs are exclusive, right? This is going to be high-end development. Probably not the solution to Helena's housing crisis. Probably folks that can afford it coming in from out of state with more equity, I think. In fact, I saw that firsthand in Bozeman. That's where I just came from. Spent 22 years there and eventually left because the traffic was so bad. So I guess I'm here to urge you to oppose, deny the subdivision as proposed. I'm not against it. I think there should be a subdivision. I also think we should get annexed eventually. But just the timing, and there's way too many uncertainties at this point to approve. I think there are alternatives out there that will satisfy the design criteria and avoid exceptions. And we would like to see alternatives. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor and Commissioners, thank you. My name is Jan Larson. I live at the top of Linden Street, 2 blocks from the Grand Canyon. I am not happy with the idea that it might change. It is beautiful. I sent you an email saying that I hoped that you could go and check it out before you vote. My daughter Freya Bell sent you an email saying this too. This is where people go to walk, to run, to bike. It is a beautiful asset to Helena. I cannot imagine how it can be an emergency route at all. As somebody said, it would have to be dug out. The people who have houses below, that will not be good for them. I just don't get it at all. I think it's nuts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I guess we are done with physical public comments. Do we have any online?
Mr. Mayor, at this point, I have 2 hands raised. Scratch that, I have 4 hands raised.
Oh.
First, I have an individual listed as Prickly Pear Land Trust. If they please state their name for the record.
Did you put it on?
Mary Hollow, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Mayor and Commission, thank you for being here tonight. My name is Mary Hollow. I'm the Executive Director of Prickly Pear Land Trust. I've been in this position for about 8 years. I submitted a letter to city staff recently and circulated that to the commission last week. In 2019, Prickly Pear Land Trust donated plus or minus 90 acres south of the subdivision that's being proposed. Some of the land we donated includes the vehicular access that it sounds like is new, a new proposal tonight. With the help of hundreds of people in Helena, we culminated that effort in 2019 to donate that land with a specific purpose of conservation and preservation of the LeGrand Canyon Trail. I believe, like I said, to my knowledge, the consideration of LeGrand is new as of tonight, and Prickly Pear would not support vehicular access on LeGrand. We hope you'll consider the donor intent, and that was a full donation that exceeded $1 million at the time of the donation. The land value was over $1 million. PPLT will follow up with city staff and the commission with additional issues that we see now that that request has been formally submitted. Some of the commission, and Mayor, you were there when we made the donation to the city, but we wanted to send the letter to outline that intent so that the full donor intent could be considered in any vehicular access that you all might consider on LeGrand Canyon. You know, I grew up here in Helena and I've been a resident, and I see the need for housing. I think that the addition of last minute information tonight is short-sighted, and I hope that you will step back and review some of the necessary things that have been brought up tonight, because it seems like there's a way that might be more sensible and I think aligned with donor intent, including some of the other issues that were raised.
Okay,
I have nothing else. Thank you so much.
thank you. Madam Clerk.
Next online, I have an individual listed only as Jesse. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Jessie Herbert Many. I'm at 2522 Woodward, and I just have been listening and hearing the comments and hearing about the proposal, and I've been involved, I think, since the beginning, and just needed to be on to, you know, agree with the things that are being spoken tonight from those opposed. And I'm a daughter. I grew up on the west side, a native of Helena, and I am raising 2 daughters here, and I'm very concerned about the traffic impact and the safety, both for the access to Kessler School and the routes, and as well as the fire or, you know, the evacuation in case of an emergency, especially in the case of a fire in this area. And I think that, as it has been demonstrated, there's alternatives that would make a proposed subdivision safer, both for the residents that currently live in the neighborhood and for those who would live in that subdivision. And I think that, I hope that you'll consider voting no for this proposed subdivision. Thanks.
Madam Clerk, do we have any others?
Mr. Mayor, I have one hand left raised online. I have additional written public comments I'll need to read into the record. For the individual listed as Ali Jeff, please state your full name for the record.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Jeff Allen. I live at 2524 Flowery. I'm right close to where Westside is going to be proposed to be at. My note to you is, Mayor and Commissioners, is I appreciate your time and your effort to hear us out. I have just some short notes here. I won't take much of your time. I'm here at work, and I'll be short. But I would just like to go over my points that I have. One is due diligence. Do your homework. Do it right the first time. You represent us. We live here already in Helena. We are families and we are a community. We take care of each other, our kids, our elderly. That's what makes us strong. Do the right thing. Money and time. I have skin in the game, just like all of us do. I have served my country in the military for the opportunity to express our concerns. I will fight this developer. He does not have integrity. I know firsthand. Do the right thing and vote no. Thanks for your time. Peace out, Jeff.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I do have one last hand raised online. I'd ask those individuals still wishing to speak to please raise your hand so we know that there are more in the queue. Ken Eden.
Can we go to the next then?
Mr. Eden, are you able to use your mic?
His time's lapsed.
Moving on, I have Galen McAllister.
Is he going live or are you reading his comment? Because I see comment here and I don't know what.
This is Galen McAllister. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
So really quickly, I'd like to make the comment that from my standpoint, the revised plan submitted by Sussex ignores the fundamental problem, which is that the increased traffic routed through school pickup and drop-off zones and streets, Overlook and Ninth Street, which are never meant to handle the current volume of traffic, let alone the increase, is not addressed. We're trying to paste Band-Aids on a major hemorrhage. The Overlook subdivision's original plans called for far less than the 171, exactly 171 existing individual units present today. We're going to more than double that. That traffic will route down Hauser into Night and Overlook streets. It's denying human nature to pretend otherwise. That will put all that traffic into the school zone, which risks the safety of the school kids. That is my primary concern. I wish to state, however, that for the record, should Sussex come up with a reasonable solution to the safety problems, I will become one of the foremost proponents of this development. I believe we need it. I just wanted to see it be done right. That is all I have. Over.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I do have several written comments, including Mr. McAllister's, which I believe he's had an opportunity to summarize his statement. Just for the record, Mr. McAllister, your statement will be held into the permanent record following this meeting. First, in the written record, I have Miranda Needham. I'm a resident on Night Street 2587, and I am not opposed to the West Side Woods subdivision, but I do have some concerns about the current design and plans. I, along with many people in the neighborhood, have worked to participate in the public process and fund the evaluation of alternatives that would ensure safety for the surrounding neighborhoods and elementary school, while also allowing for adding much needed housing in Helena. This effort included engineering design and securing an agreement to grant the necessary easement for a much needed western access to the new subdivision, especially if there is fill-in development to the east in the future as mentioned. My current concerns include the following: no western access to help alleviate traffic increases around Kessler Elementary, long dead-end streets with many multifamily units at the end, increasing risk to public safety, delaying granted improvements until phase 4, increasing safety risk to Kessler Elementary students walking to school for years during development. Lack of clarity on what phase a western egress would no longer be an option. Lack of clarity on what will ensure we have affordable housing in this subdivision. Addressing the above items ahead of or as part of development of phase 1 would allow the subdivision to move forward and do so in a much safer manner. Next in the written record is Eric W. Also listed as my name is Dan Woodland. I reside at 916 Park Lane, which is about 400 feet from the proposed development. I am opposed to all of the last minute edits the applicant is trying to add to the joint city county board report and recommendations. The public has been following the application specifics and joint board review and recommendations. The applicant should not be allowed to add new proposals on the evening of the vote. The board's recommendations are theirs and should not be modified in any way by the applicant. Next, my name is Austin Witham, and I am a proponent of the West Side Woods. I am a Helena native and owner of a local siding and exterior installation company. Me and my brother work in carpentry and appreciate the support of local subcontractors that Sussex provides. Sussex cares about putting money back into our city and always source the work locally. It is clear through the design of this subdivision that thoughtful consideration has been taken while taking into account all factors that affect the city and this project. It is important that local work is sourced, and Sussex does just that. I urge you to vote yes on this proposed subdivision. Next is Tom Palmer. Please do not under any circumstance allow Sussex to create a south escape route to LaGrange. Next, I have Ann Woodland. My name is Ann Woodland, and I am an opponent to the idea of the western access easement across the property of American Storage West that ties into Park Lane. Just because a road can be built does not make it a good engineering decision. I have lived on Park Lane since 2012, and it is a private road with no routine maintenance or snow plowing by either the city or the county. It was not designed to handle that kind of traffic flow that would result from tying into the West Side Woods subdivision. Thank you. As I stated, Mr. Mayor, the last written comment in the record is from Mr. McAllister.
He's already spoke about his comments, so we will move forward.
And that is all.
Thank you. Attorney Doctor, for me, I need some clarification on some points that were raised earlier by Mr. Ferris Olson. He mentioned something about encroachment on private property. What's the regs around that? What are we supposed to do?
Mayor, commissioners, I'm not sure which comment was the encroachment on private property one.
I think he was talking about the COLA.
The easement?
Yeah.
Is the Kohler easement?
Right.
So the provision for an easement has to be provided for in order to provide utilities for the subdivision. That has been looked at by Director Brink, and it might be something that you either address with him or Director Leland. I do think that they've looked at this issue and are aware of this issue and have an opinion on that. So I would direct it toward those two, one or the other, if I may.
Mr. Leland, do you have an opinion on that, please?
Thank you, Mayor, Commission. With that is a legal easement, or it is a legal issue if that is truly an easement or not. But outside of that, there's still an option to be able to go down part of the existing right of way for the infrastructure that they're proposing for that easement. So there is still an option working with their developer or with their engineer that say that they can do without substantial changing to the lots or the design, that they can accommodate it without that easement. So with that, we can still go forward and it's not a substantial change with or without that easement.
Thank you. And my final comments, and then I'll be done. I see Commissioner Dean is looking forward to adding so much more. So initially when we started, you mentioned that as quasi judiciary, we don't have the option of saying no if they meet all our criteria. Am I correct when you say that?
Mayor, Commissioners, yes, that is true. You have discretion to determine whether or not they have met the criteria. But if they have, then your decision is limited in scope to having to approve the subdivision because they've met the requirements of the statute that then allows them to have an approval. You can also condition approval as recommended by the city. And you can also deny. So those are your three options for decision-making on the subdivision and the preliminary plat before you.
One final follow-up. So what if this commission goes rogue and decides to do that, even though this happened? What legal ramifications are we getting into?
Mayor, Commissioners, there is the next step there's any number of things that could happen. And it's hard to predict what might happen. Someone might challenge you in court and then it would be in court. You could reconsider. You could hear another application from the applicant. There are many things that could happen, but you know, I guess really what it comes down to is that you're in the position right now of considering the requirements as you heard Director Brink present them and determining whether or not what you've seen here tonight satisfies those criteria.
Thank you. Thanks, appreciate it. Commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner Dean.
I'll be brief.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This is following up on one of the mayor's questions. Director Brink, can you briefly talk about what happens between if we approve this tonight, what happens between now and the consideration of a final plat for what I assume would be phase one? Is that the next step?
So after this evening, if it's a favorable action on your part, then the development team would assemble their development plans or construction plans, submit them to the city for approval. They would then meet the conditions of final plat or preliminary plat, conditions of annexation, meet those. Once they satisfy all those, then they would be ripe for a final plat approval, either straight out or provide a surety for those improvements.
Okay, and then with that, when those plans are submitted, that is when the city would say, given the conditions that may or may not be moved, those are consistent with the complete streets standards for the city. Is that accurate?
Commissioner, yes.
Okay. And then my final question for you, it's my understanding that we cannot postpone this decision because of deadlines set in NCA. Is that accurate?
So for a major subdivision, we're required to make action within 80 days of sufficiency. Today is day 77.
Okay, great, thank you. And the mayor has stepped out, so I will step into my mayor pro tem role. And I believe Commissioner Logan has a question.
First question, I think, to kick the night off was relative, I think, to the west side access and us putting a requirement on that or a condition to, I suppose, annexation. And what was your response to that? I think it was something along the lines of that would require additional hearing. Or an additional hearing or.
No, I think my response, Commissioner, was The planning board did not attach that as a formal condition of their recommendation. They took separate action and a separate recommendation for us to move to you as their concern and interest for us as a city to move forward, looking for a resolution to additional access to the west for the project.
Okay. So this sort of leads into some of the documentation that I know you all as staff received. I didn't see it till tonight relative from the developer about edits, which I think to a large degree weren't substantive, but there are, I think, at least in the preliminary plat, there are two that are somewhat substantive. That is number 16 and 22. So number 16 dealing with the it says the developer will coordinate with the city to provide funding for such upgrades to sewer and or participate in such upgrades in proportion to the impact created by the subdivision. And Director Leland got up and talked that there may be some substantive challenges with that. And their attorney then spoke to that as well. And what I'm asking about is ultimately we're going to make a motion on both the annexation and the preliminary plat. I'm somewhat hesitant moving forward with edits. And am more comfortable considering the original conditions as put forward in the packet relative to the motions that we're going to consider tonight. But I've also got some additional considerations, but would like to hear more from my colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if there is, I am, my preference is to, when motions are made, that the motions be more or less consistent with what has been presented in the packet from staff. I will say that I would be interested in, whether it's in the original motion or a motion to amend, adding in condition 9 of the annexation that it can just be and evaluate any need for the creation of an additional point of northwestern egress. I think condition 9 is where that most makes sense, considering the findings of fact and what has been presented tonight. So condition 9 is about the traffic impact studies. And so within, and it specifically says updated TIS should also clarify vehicle crash types and identify any safety mitigation strategies. I would actually consider any potential needed points of egress to be a safety mitigation strategy, but I think that should be specifically called out in that condition.
Mayor, may I suggest that we take some time for the applicant to do a rebuttal? By code, he's allowed to do so, and he's prepared to do a rebuttal.
Yes, you're right, Attorney Doctor. He is allowed to do a rebuttal, and I apologize. Please.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much. Thanks for your patience. Long evening, a lot of information in front of you. Really good questions, and I appreciate this opportunity to address some of those, because I believe I at least can shed some light to some of your questions. I'm going to have Derek go ahead and pull up a slide. And I have a few slides that I just want to talk about some of the points that were made this evening. I also want to specifically address the conditions of approval, which are to some of your questions, because I think I can help alleviate some of the concern. So let me start first of all by saying it's difficult. Having a development come forward, there's always concerns. And as we've heard this evening, there's lots of concerns and they're legitimate. There's legitimate concerns about safety. There's legitimate concerns about access. There's legitimate concerns about our schools. These are all legitimate. We don't deny that. These are community concerns. Sussex, this project isn't here. All these concerns are still here today. If you'll look at most all of the testimony that has been posed on either side, we all talk about, unfortunately, all these deficiencies on the west side of Helena that have occurred. This wasn't your problem. This wasn't my problem. This wasn't their problem, but this happened over time. You have a lot of streets that are not paved. You have streets that don't have curb and gutter. You have streets that don't have sidewalks. You have elements around our schools that were not considered. All of these exist today. Coming to the table, we are not able to solve all the problems of Helena. But Helena had an opportunity. You had an access road that went to the west and you closed it. And that's okay. And I agree with that. LeGrand used to connect. It was an access road. I think that was a wise decision of why that was closed, and it makes a lot of sense. However, one thing that's really important to understand is that when we came to the table in purchasing this land, we are given a set of rules and regulations. That's how we start all of this. We're also, part of that rules and regulations is what does the governing bodies over decades, they've indicated this property as being set up for development. They said, this is where we want to develop. Furthermore, if I go way back in history, nearly half a century, it was alluded to earlier that this project was actually given water to be developed in the county. And that today, we could do that. We could bring forward and do this in the county. The county's regulations are much less stringent than the city's. Block length, that's one of the discussions. It's much, much longer. None of our blocks would even require a consideration in the county. None of our cul-de-sacs. In fact, cul-de-sacs in the county can be up to 1,400 feet long. So in the county, none of this stuff is even a consideration. It is their regulation, period. We chose to bring this project to the city of Helena because we truly believe it's the right thing to do. And I think it's really important to state that. Just the simple modifications, Derek had put up a slide that showed what we'd be required to do per statute. And that's that first slide that shows limited development around our project and nothing on granite, nothing on flowery, nothing on any of those. That's the law. We think that bringing it into the city is the right thing to do because we can help solve a lot of these community problems that we currently have. Sidewalks, get the kids off the streets. We've worked with the school district. We've met with them 7 times. The opposition group that is here, they've met with them 0 times. We really believe that we have an opportunity of making this safer for the community. And we're putting our money where our mouth is. There's over $1 million of additional infrastructure costs around the school and coming to the development just with these additional above and beyond requirements that we are agreeing to self-impose. So that is an improvement to our community. The fact is, in the last 35 years, the city of Helena has grown from 28,000 to 32,000, 34,000 people. The rest of the state of Montana, every major city has doubled in size. We've still grown, we just grew out in the county. So then we have all those county folks coming in and taking advantage of all the city stuff and not paying for any of it. And some of those folks that are in this room right now, they're adjacent to this project. I get it. If I don't have to pay for it, but I get it, then there's an advantage, and that makes sense. Here's to jump in a little bit here. So the Safe Helena West Side, again, Derek's got the slide up, but the reality is again, they have real concerns that are community concerns, but the access point to the west, that's an additional benefit that the planning board said, we do not believe that this is a responsibility of the developer. That's why this was a separate action by them. They said this is an action that should be considered as a community endeavor, if that's what we wish to do. As a developer, we are required through the rules and the regulations to provide 2 access points to the development. That's the law. We provide 4. Additional access to the west, and I'm going to Commissioner Dean, you had asked, we in the process, because we're always brainstorming, is there a way for us to go ahead and hear these concerns and make them better? So one of the things that came out of that discussion was, hey, this condition number 22, which we have proposed as an additional condition upon ourselves, was an attempt not to do anything to Le Grand Canyon. I got to be really clear. A lot of misinformation in the news media. Hey, you're going to have to go ahead and pave it and do all. No, that's not what I said. This would simply only provide an easement to that trail, an easement. There already is 2 access points onto that trail. You have a gate on the north end, you have a gate on the south end. Currently, emergency apparatuses can open up that gate. They can have service. In fact, if there's a fire on the mountain, they would use that as an access, only in an emergency circumstance. This was an attempt to listen to folks' concerns and say, hey, is there an opportunity? Reality, if this is a condition that does not make sense, or better yet, if this is a condition where one of the people that have spoken was Mary Hollow with PPLT. We're pretty much in lockstep with what PPLT is doing. She has concerns. I have the same concerns. I'm absolutely willing to work with her. And if this is a bad idea to have an emergency access due to safety, because we already provide our legal requirements, we already have your own staff has said, hey, this meets all of our rules and regulations for health and safety. So that was what that attempt was. Here's my suggestion. These were literally attempts of trying to be clearer. However, if we scrap all of these and go back to the initial conditions that are presented by staff, we have an opportunity in future phases, because this section is in phase 4. If there becomes an opportunity where you say, hey, listen, that's a good idea, provide us an easement, then we are very open to that. But I actually do understand, these are additional conditions. This was our attempt of trying to listen to the public, trying to help find solutions. In the same manner in which, when we talked about cul-de-sacs, we have talked to your city staff about doing a modification to the cul-de-sac that would make them better, and working with the fire department, things like that. Those are just improvements, not requirements. Those are things that make them better. So that's the reason why we did some of those. What I would like to, and this slide that you have right now is about dead end streets. It's interesting. Most of the folks that spoke here live on dead end streets. Part of the reason that they moved into those is because dead end streets tend to be considered a positive aspect. They do not have a lot of traffic flowing through them. They are safer for kids to play on a daily basis. And they're in your rules and regulations. It's, again, if I wasn't going through a subdivision, I just take this piece of land, I brought it forward to you as one piece of land, your engineering standards allow this. Okay. Couple more things, I'm sorry. One of the things that has been said, hey, we can all sit here and spitball and redesign as much as we like. The folks that testified today, hey, I have new plans. Interestingly enough, we've been working on this for 3 years. Those new plans arrived this morning. We can come up with lots of different ideas, but here's what we've done in working with you. We were in front of you guys a year and a half ago, and you gave us some feedback. And then in this whole process of working through this and working through city staff, we created what we believe is a plan that meets all the rules, the regulations, and your standards. It has been approved by your city staff. Recommended for approval. It has been recommended for approval by your planning board. Not once, but twice. And unfortunately, I understand it's difficult because there's other things that the community wants. Here's an interesting slide in front of you. This is a subdivision that just was approved that's being built today. Not in the mountains, on flat ground in the Helena area today. 7 cul-de-sacs. 2 roads in and out. And on the bottom left corner, you can see highlighted, that is your engineering standard. That's the City of Helena's engineering standard. It says that they can have cul-de-sacs up to 600 feet. Let's go to this slide you go. The other thing that we talked about, and this is, I think, really important when we get into block length, and I have some folks who are going to talk about this a little bit, but you know, the block length standard does anybody know where this came from? When this originally was deliberated as to what the block length would be, it was, go to the next slide, as Chris had alluded to, block length is all about pedestrian traffic. And in fact, this is an excerpt from the former City of Helena Commissioner, Paul Cartwright, to Sharon Haugen at that time. She was the director of planning. And here's where he discussed this whole concept of, hey, how long should we make that block length be? And should it be I think it says 1,400 feet, or which was part of the conversation, that's what it is in the county, or should it be less? And ultimately the conversation was, no, we understand that Helena is not on flat ground. We understand that there are exceptions. And this was exactly the conversation that says, hey, there are exceptions. And when each of these developments come forward, because we live on a hill, we have an opportunity of looking at these individually. And that's why we left exceptions in the code. And that's what the discussion was. So what we did is when we created our development, we said, let's put pedestrians crossings through each of these roads. And that's why you can see them through the project. Go to the next slide. That shows some of those. You know, you have one of the things that's pretty important is that in our community, most of our community doesn't meet the city standards today. All the west side doesn't. None of the roads do. Every one of the intersection points don't. We have cul-de-sacs throughout community. This is what we have. This is the community that we're in. We have all of these things. The difference is that what we're trying to bring forward here is that we're trying to make the development better. We're trying to make wider streets that will accommodate more traffic. We're trying to make them so they meet the curbs, the grades. We're trying to address safety around the schools. We're trying to do all those things that will make this better. So it's not Overlook. A really good example. Our roads are wider. So the conversation is, oh, everybody's going to go through Overlook. No, they're going to go through the bigger open streets. And that's what we're proposing. Next slide. This was just a quick slide. It's already been mentioned by your city staff. This was just a quick exhibit showing there's other places we can go with the stormwater. It's if that easement doesn't exist, there's another. And then I think, is that it? Okay, I'm going to just show you a couple of photos. Health and safety is important. And again, this is City of Helena today. No sidewalks. These are all roads that are throughout the community. No sidewalks. Narrower. This is what we have. Next. Schools. Every one of our schools has a traffic problem, period. Everyone. Central School, you have major roads around it. You have traffic. Every school we have, because we've chosen to put our schools within our community. If we go ahead and put them out of the community, then we wouldn't have a traffic problem. Even in East Helena, has anybody driven by all the new schools over in East Helena? Same conversation. There's traffic backed up all over the place off of, I can't remember, I think it's Wiley. Next school, Jefferson School. Jefferson School has tens of thousands of vehicle trips a day going past it every day. Traffic is always a concern. And then the last slide that I'll show you here is that we're being held to a higher standard. We actually agree with a lot of that higher standard because we have the opportunity of making Helena better. But here's the other developments you recently approved. You know, you have 600 units, no offsite improvements at all. We have millions of dollars of offsite improvements. Here you have Kings Common, no offsite improvements. There's a couple that you have some shared agreements, but adjacent. In fact, they don't even have to do the sidewalk on both sides of the road. You also have Mountain View Meadows, great subdivision. They don't have walking trails that get people all the way to the schools. You have Overlook, same thing. It's much, much denser. This is what you're approving. I'm not saying I actually agree with everything that you've done here, but there's a different standard that we're looking at. The City of Helena, when they did their annexations of all of these sections of the West, which was a really good, it was a huge thing for them to do that. But in the process of them do that, none of what they incorporated meets the city standards. There's not complete streets. And understandably so, it's expensive as heck. And a lot of these folks would have to participate in doing that. And that's understandable. There's a lot of kickback. The vast amount of Helena has no sidewalks. That's a fact. We're doing more offsite improvements than on-site. And then many of the Helena streets and intersections, like I explained earlier, they don't meet the city standards. So, you know, the reality is there's a lot of problems in our community. You can pick holes in our project, absolutely, and I don't disagree. We've done a really thorough job of trying to incorporate all of these different elements to try to create something that we can move forward. And that's why you have a project in front of you as you do. That's why we did not choose to bring this to the county, because we think it's the right thing to do. We think that this is best for Helena. And back to the last, where we started this whole thing, Commissioner Dean, I don't want to confuse the issue. Go back to what we had the original, and then let's open the door as we have future phases come through. Let's continue the discussion of, hey, can we still have an access to the West? We want to participate in that conversation. Okay, but what I will tell you, coming through somebody's private property, that one particular conversation violates many of your rules and regulations. Fact. Remember last time I was in front of you, a new project coming in front of you should not have a variance. I heard you. If we had proposed a west access through the neighbor's property, who wants nearly $1 million for that access, by the way, if we had did that, I would have had to come to you with a whole list of variances to even have that be considered. So that's why lots of good ideas. So anyway, thank you so much. With that, may I offer, there's a lot of folks here in the room that have, you know, in my team that have a lot of information about all of these elements and a lot of your questions. Please direct some of those to us, because we might have some of those answers. I would actually offer, do you guys have anything? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Okay. You need a break? Well, the commissioners are asking for bathroom break. We'll do another 5 minutes of bathroom break. Resumed. Meeting is called back to order. Damn, I never liked this thing this hard.
You're doing good.
Okay. We again thank you all for your patience. We know this is not an easy thing, and we're fully invested in whichever way. Commissioner Logan.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I have a question maybe of staff, and whoever wants to address it can jump up and do so. It sort of springs off of a slide from the developer. And the developer didn't stay on that particular slide too long, but I think it's a pretty central matter here. And it's the slide, as I recall, said something like west side access not required. And as I said early on in the meeting, this is for us, a quasi judicial matter. So we're kind of limited to this and to this meeting. So, and what we hear in the meeting. And as I look through this big binder, one of the concerns for me is shared by, I think, everyone in this room about this development, and that is ingress egress. And I really don't feel like we have on page 228 of this particular binder here, we have a letter from dated March 15th, 2023. The signatories on it are Sheriff Leo Dutton, Police Chief Brett Petty, and Fire Chief John Campbell. And they talk about City of Helena growth and impact on public safety and evacuation. And it's an important statement about the evacuation issues that we deal with generally in Helena, I would say. But it doesn't really talk specifically to this subdivision. I didn't think. Maybe my colleagues and others might disagree. But one of the things in terms of that ingress egress issue, while I realize we don't have, there's nothing great on the west side. There really isn't. I mean, I took a hike out across the property today and looked at the bluff, really, and it's pretty dramatic, and so that's a pretty tough option. But it is viable. As presented by the folks from Save Helena West Side, but it's really not, doesn't seem to be part of our package here tonight. And what, at least what we're considering in the motions. But we do have this big binder, and the developer did bring the slide up that said west side access not required. So I guess my question of staff would be, have they, and I think I know the answer, but has the developer met all the requirements relative to ingress, egress, evacuation type issues that might be in law or code or otherwise? Are there any concerns out there for us as a commission to consider relative to that issue?
Director Brick.
So, Mayor, Commissioners, Commissioner Logan, thank you. So staff has heard about a perceived need for additional access to the west for some time. We hear it loud and clear, but we have not discovered a finding of fact that would necessitate that need. The developer has provided multiple accesses out from his development, and there are numerous offsite improvements to mitigate any perceived, what we perceive as any impact to public safety. Chief Petty, Chief Campbell, Mayor Dutton met to discuss that particular topic. The letter might not say that specifically, but that was the nature of their discussion. Myself, David Konopke have discussed that numerous times. There's not a finding that provides the specific documentable and clearly defined impact. There's no, we feel that the developer has met all the requirements, has provided offsite improvements to help mitigate any perceived impact on public safety from a fire mitigation evacuation standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Looks like
Chief Campbell.
Campbell might weigh in, so.
Please. Thank you, Mayor, Commission. Just to add on to Director Brink's comments, the fire code is one of our resources that we utilize. It doesn't inform information about annexation, but as it relates to public safety, access and egress, the requirement, my understanding, is also contained in the fire marshal's commentary included in your packet, and the requirement is 2 points of access and egress. And it does not include requirements in terms of the degrees of separation of those points. So although 180 degrees of separation on either end would then provide, in theory, better, theoretically, access and egress, that's not a component of what the fire code requires. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, May. I'd like to kind of dig into what Fire Chief Campbell said. Can you speak to the proposal as is and to the concerns that the folks may have a little bit further? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commission, the proposal we wanted to view through the lens of impact, given the time period that's gone on and the opportunity to hear the community's concerns around public safety. We've not been able to find in the version of the proposal that you're seeing before you this evening issues that are fire code related that appear as deficiencies to us. In terms of findings of fact, that is why the fire department's component of this is consistent with staff presentation and the recommendation to approve. If there's a more specific question, I'd be happy to field that.
Sorry, for some clarification on moving forward. We have two, is it two? Two motions. We'll take them separately. The first one is the annexation.
Mayor, yes.
And the second, okay.
Yes.
So at this time, I'll entertain a motion for the annexation.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sure, I'm on the right page. I would move to approve a resolution of intention to annex property described as the southwest quarter of the southwest quarter of section 23, township 10 north, range 4 west, PMM, Lewis and Clark County, Montana, together with a tract of land being portion A, located in block 307 of the Bellevue Edition as shown on the amended plat filed under document number 3310725, accepting therefrom certificate of survey filed under document number 462306-T and deed of highway right-of-way recorded in book 241 of deeds, page 177, and blocks 4, 5, 6, and 9 of Highland Park in section 26, township 10 north, Range 9 West, PMM in Lewis and Clark County, Montana, as shown on the retracement filed under document number 333932 and adjacent rights of way into the city of Helena, Montana, and establish conditions for annexation. Those are: number 1, infrastructure. The property owner must install all infrastructure improvements required by the city of Helena to city standards, or enter into a development agreement acceptable to the city that defines responsibility for installation or deferment of the improvements. Number 2,
Mayor, Commissioner Logan,
yes,
I'm just proposing that you could just refer to the conditions if there are no changes that are found in the staff report. If indeed you have changes, then we do need them read, but otherwise you can refer to them.
I have no changes.
Okay.
So I guess I would refer to the annexation conditions
In the staff
1
report.
through 14 in our packet.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to amend the motion to amend condition 9 to strike the period at the very end, so it would read, updated TIS should also clarify. What was that?
Which page?
Oh, 203 of the packet.
Go ahead.
Okay, so condition number 9, actually, maybe I'll just read the whole thing and include my additional language. Number 9, during each phase of the project development, the applicant must submit an update to their traffic impact study, including signal warrant analysis and supporting documentation during the build out prior to a final annexation of each phase of the development. New counts must be conducted during midweek while school is in session. Updated TIS should also clarify vehicle crash types and identify any safety mitigation strategies and evaluate any need for the creation of an additional point or points of egress.
You're looking for a second on that, right? Apparently that failed. So do we have a second for Commissioner Logan then? Commissioners, I'm waiting.
Second.
I didn't mean to push you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
I think, are you okay?
What?
I think there's confusion.
No, there's not two. Because
Mayor and Commissioners, the motion on the floor that you have to consider is the current one, which is the amendment. So you would have to consider the amendment first.
yeah, but
And then consider the motion as amended after that.
we didn't get a second for the amendment.
I think Commissioner Dean seconded her own motion.
No,
There was some confusion as to which. motion.
Commissioner Dean didn't get a second and she
I see seconded the first.
But if
Right.
there is
motion.
a second to my motion to amend,
Okay.
Second.
There was a
We,
second.
listen up. We are going to, I'm looking for a second for Commissioner Dean's amendment.
He
Is
just,
there a second?
I second Commissioner Dean's motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any final discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll just speak to my motion really briefly. I think this allows for, this amendment, I think allows for the review of the ongoing impacts through each of the phases, similar to why this condition is already included. I think that there's enough documentation within this packet to warrant that regular consideration if that is a safety concern that needs to be addressed. I think particularly given the comments that we see in this packet.
Mr. Mayor, question 4, is Director Kanopke still with us? Just want to ensure that this is an appropriate evaluation of a traffic impact study from your perspective.
Mayor and Commissioner, the traffic impact studies would look at volumes. So I think it's probably still in the realm. We would be looking at the impacts of the traffic as we go phase by phase. And if those impacts suggested that an additional point of egress or access point was warranted, then we could probably have that discussion at that point.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
it was-
I know, I am the voice from the
Oh,
great beyond, Mr.
I
Mayor.
apologize. Go ahead, Commissioner Reed. I'm sorry. I was looking at.
That's okay. I just want to say briefly to the motion, I support the idea of the motion. I do want to be clear on the record that I would not support a consideration of LeGrand Cannon for that extra egress. So I think I just want to be very clear that I feel strongly that that not be one of the items that is considered as an option for additional egress. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Manager Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add for the record that LeGrand Cannon Boulevard is a county road. It was closed by Lewis and Clark County, and that any decision
Has to be with the county.
has to be with the county.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
To the amendment by Commissioner Dean. Commissioner Dean,
Aye.
Commissioner Logan,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Shertliff,
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Now we'll move on to the second amendment, to the second motion. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I think we would just be voting on the motion as amended.
Yeah. Okay,
And we're dealing with the annexation motion, correct?
Right.
As amended.
right.
Okay.
So,
And did that get a second?
no, not yet.
I will second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any final discussion? Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Dean,
Aye.
Commissioner Logan,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Shertliff,
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Second motion. I'll entertain that. Everybody looking for what to read? Do you have what you need?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I would move conditional approval of the preliminary plat for the West Side Major Phased Subdivision creating 100 lots and street right of way from approximately 58.85 acres, and to adopt the findings of fact and the conditions contained therein for the property legally described in the findings of fact. The following conditions shall apply to the preliminary plat approval and must be satisfied before the final plat may be approved. And those conditions are just lost them. 1 through 21 in our packet.
Mr. Mayor,
Mhm.
I would move to amend the motion. And this is for consistency. Number one, the condition number one, it says the developer must submit an update to their traffic impact study, including signal warrant analysis during the development and build out of each project phase. New counts must be conducted during midweek while school is in session. And evaluate any need for the creation of an additional point or points of egress.
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, do we have a final discussion?
Mr. Mayor, this is just for consistency across the two.
Madam
So,
Clerk.
Just, Mr. Mayor, just clarification, we require a vote on the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
To the Dean amendment, Commissioner Dean,
Aye.
Commissioner Logan,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Shertliff,
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I will second the motion as amended.
Okay. Any final discussion? Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Dean,
Aye.
Commissioner Logan,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Shertliff,
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. What's the next thing on this agenda? Okay, is there anyone from the public wishes to address the commission? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, there is no one online.
Any final discussion from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, I think, I'd just like to thank the public, for hanging in there as long as they have. This has obviously been a long meeting and, appreciate them being engaged.
I can imagine it's a long day. It's been a long day for the staff, so thanks for hanging in there. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Again, thank you to the folks who are here tonight and those who are online. I appreciate the effort you put into this and for the progress you made on the safety for the west side. So thank you very much.
Nothing else? No other comments? This meeting is adjourned.